thing, I think you're right that he wrote a sweeping opinion for the Bush side. The contest now in the Florida Supreme Court, and you could hear it in the press conferences, is that the Gore team is going to be saying this is legal error, that there are judgments that he made about the legal standard that clearly went against us, but that he was dead wrong on the law, and you've got to correct that, Florida Supreme Court. And the Bush team is going to say this is a fact-bound opinion. He sat there, he heard the witnesses, he said there's no credible evidence. You have no basis for intervening in that.
On that point, Mr. Sloan, what David Boies is saying is when the judge says there is no evidence that a recount would overturn the result or place the result in doubt, what Boies is saying, that evidence is the ballots, and that the judge didn't look at the ballots, therefore that is an error on the part of the judge. Now, just as a matter of simple legal notion, is Boies right about that or not? Is the judge under an obligation to take those ballots out and look at them?
Well, it depends. That's the simple answer. It could be, and maybe it's not. There's a question under Florida law that has to be determined by the Florida Supreme Court and clarified. You could have a rule that says that the evidence is the ballots, as Mr. Boies is suggesting, and you have to look at them, and you can't rule until and unless you've looked at them. But what Judge Sauls was saying, and what the Bush team is going to argue very vigorously, is you need something more before you get into that extremely laborious, contentious process of looking at the ballots and holding them up and figuring it out. And that's a question of Florida law, a basic threshold question that's going to be presented to the Florida Supreme Court.
Now, Mr. Sloan, now we're talking about whether the Florida Supreme Court wants to take this, wants to deal with it, wants to get in there and not only find fact but interpret law. Now, I'm not asking you to look into any crystal ball, but just as a general rule, if a court is presented with a lawyer that says, I don't like this judge's finding of fact, is that something a Supreme Court, a state or the nation's Supreme Court wants to get into?
No, absolutely not. But that's not the way the Gore team is going to present it to the Florida Supreme Court, as we were just talking about. They're going to do everything they can to avoid it looking like their claim is just that these findings of fact are wrong. Instead, they're going to say it rests on erroneous legal conclusions. He got the standard wrong about abuse of discretion. He got the standard wrong about whether he should look at the ballots. You're not talking about evaluating the ballots. You're talking about the legal question, whether to look at them or not. So that's going to be the real challenge for the Gore team, is to present it that way. The Bush team, you can bet from the first word to the last word, they're going to say this is fact-bound, these are just factual findings, and you don't have any basis at all to rule on this.
Cliff Sloan, thanks very much. We're going to thank you at this moment, take a break. When we come back, we're going to talk to a member of the Gore legal team. We're also going to talk to Bill Kristol. We're going to do the law. We're going to do the politics. Judge N. Sanders Saul in Tallahassee said no to Gore. Bush, you win. We'll be right back after this break. Stay with Fox.
Until those contests are completed, you can't have the final certification. The Florida Supreme Court has been very clear about one point, and that is this is all going to be done by December 12th.
David Boies, thank you. Joey, nice talking to you. I want to tell you, Joey, I was in the courtroom when the decision came down, and I was staring at the attorneys' faces on both sides, and these guys are pros. They've been doing this for a long time, and they generally don't try to show any reaction. And if you looked at them casually, you wouldn't have seen any reaction, but if you looked at them very subtly, you saw that the Bush side just got very relaxed when they heard the good news. The Gore side tensed up when they got the news. So even these gentlemen, that's one thing to keep in mind, that for the general public and members of the news media, we haven't seen a presidential contest before, but either have these very polished and experienced attorneys. It was the first time for all of us. Joey, back to you.
Gary Tuchman in Tallahassee, Florida. We want to check in now with CNN political analyst, senior analyst Bill Schneider, joining us from Washington. Now, you've heard what David Boies has said. He has talked quite a bit about understanding that this would end with the Florida Supreme Court. Is this some sort of indication that, yes, there is an acknowledgement there needs to be some sort of political exit strategy and that the time is coming very quickly here from the Gore team?
Well, I think it's an acknowledgement that it really can't go any further. I mean, there's been a circuit court decision, the Florida Supreme Court. There's really, not only is the calendar running out, but the avenues of appeal are running out. You know, there's an old saying, Joey, among law students, if you've got the facts, argue the facts. If you've got the law, argue the law. If you don't have either, pound the table. Now, what's happening here is the Gore campaign very clearly is arguing the facts. We just heard David Boies say, the ballots are the best evidence. Look at the ballots. They didn't look at the ballots. They're all there, 1 million of them, 1.1 million, all locked up. They ought to look at the ballots. Those are the facts, and they will prove that Al Gore won. And I can tell you, Gore believes that, President Clinton believes that, most Democrats believe that. Just look at the evidence. But the Bush campaign says the law is on our side, and so far, the law has prevailed over the facts in this case, because we don't know what the facts are.
All right, we need to go back to Gary Tuchman now. He's back in Tallahassee, and he has another guest with him. Gary.
Well, Joey, I was just talking to you about the relaxed faces in the courtroom when the ruling came down. One of those relaxed faces was the man standing next to me, Ben Ginsberg. He's an attorney for Governor George W. Bush. Good day for your team, right?
It was a good day for us. We're very gratified by the rulings from both the U.S. Supreme Court and the Circuit Court here in Leon County.
Okay, but it was a good day for your team, but it ain't over yet, right?
Well, I think that's not up to us at this point.
But now the Florida Supreme Court, you've already lost a key ruling with them. How concerned are you about this?
Well, I think any time that there's an appeal going up, we'll, of course, answer it. It's interesting to note that the Gore campaign asked the Florida Supreme Court to take the action that resulted in today's Supreme Court ruling. Then the Gore campaign also asked the Florida Supreme Court to, on Thanksgiving Day, to enjoin the county and Miami-Dade. Florida Supreme Court felt that was too far of a reach. And then the Gore campaign also asked that the Palm Beach butterfly ballot be thrown out, and that was too big a reach for the Florida Supreme Court.
Ben, let me ask you, do you think it's over?
Well, that's not up to us, but I do hope that the interests of the country will prevail over any other considerations.
Well, there are many people in the country, because Al Gore did win the popular vote, who think it shouldn't be over yet. And that's why I'm asking you, do you personally and does your team think this is over?
Well, that's just not up for us to decide.
Okay. Now, the Seminole County case, we were just talking about it with David Boies. This is a case where a voter in Seminole County is accusing Republican operatives of illegally filling out absentee ballot applications. It appears the Republicans are very worried about this. They've tried to get the judge to disqualify herself. I want to ask you point blank, how concerned are you about this case?
Look, anytime the Gore team tries to disenfranchise 15,000 voters in Seminole County, you have to be concerned on behalf of those voters. But make no mistake about it, this is an attempt to disenfranchise 15,000 people who, under the uncontroverted facts, did nothing wrong. If there was a problem here, it was a problem with an election administrator, not the voters. And it is unfortunate that the Gore campaign is trying to disenfranchise those voters. At the same time, they make the pious plea over counting votes again that have already been counted in the 3 South Florida counties.
Final question I want to ask you. When you went into court today, were you confident you would win this, or did you have a twinge of worry?
Well, I think we were confident that we had presented a strong case on the facts and the law, and that the heavy burden that the Gore campaign needed to meet had not been met.
Ben Ginsberg, thanks for talking
Gary,
with us.
thank you very much.
Appreciate it. 23 hours of testimony Saturday and Sunday. It was grueling, but the toughest part was waiting for the judge to come in today and issue his ruling for these attorneys. Joey, back to you.
All right, CNN's Gary Tuchman in Tallahassee, Florida, talking with the lawyers there. I want to advise our viewers that the developments in this story keep coming along. At 6:15 Eastern Time, just about 45 minutes about 35 minutes from now, Craig Waters, who's a spokesman for the Florida Supreme Court, is supposed to step out and speak with reporters there. We'll find out what he has to say. Stay tuned to that on CNN coming up about 35 minutes from now. Now we want to check in with CNN senior analyst Jeff Greenfield, watching all the events of this day, both from the Supreme Court, the nation's high court, as well as Leon County and the circuit court there and Judge Saul's decision. Jeff, what do you make of all this? Time running out for the Gore team?
I think that's probably the understatement of the century, assuming the century started just here. Look, we're now at a point where I think the strongest legal case, if you're a Gore supporter, that you've got is the case that violates everything they've been saying for the last 3.5 weeks, namely that Seminole County case where there are 15,000 absentee ballots that the judge could, if she decides that there was a sufficient violation of election law, throw them out. And you can see already, just from what Mr. Ginsberg said and what every other Bush spokesperson has said and will say, that the Gore campaign has been saying, you got to count all the votes, you got to count all the votes, and then their last thread of hope, even though they're not parties to the case, would be if the judge said, throw out these. And look, you understand politically that I think it would be a much weaker case for Gore from the beginning, not constitutionally but politically, had he not been running a few 100,000 votes ahead of the national popular vote. But the fact is, we don't elect presidents this way. It has all come down to a single state where the margin of victory, 537 or 900, is on the order of about 1/100th of 1% of the statewide vote. And if, as I said before this decision, if you're the Gore campaign, you have got to be in a kind of torture of the damned, realizing how close you came, how close the vote was in Florida, but that every time you think you have a way out, the door's shut in your face. Just look at one example. Their biggest victory came in the Florida Supreme Court a couple of weeks ago. It seems like about a year ago. And yet every time they tried to leverage that Supreme Court victory to say to Miami-Dade, do the manual recount, to say to the Palm Beach board, count the dibble ballots, they lost at that level, and the Florida Supreme Court didn't give them relief. And they are now just about out of any move. When you ask, is it almost over, I think Bill Schneider made the obvious point. If the Supreme Court says no, what are they going to do? Are they going to persuade the Florida state legislature, overwhelmingly Republican, to appoint a Democratic slate of electors? Are they going to convince a Republican House of Representatives in January for some reason to reject the count from Florida? No, I think the Supreme Court and that Seminole County judge, which will ultimately go to the Supreme Court, is it for the Gore campaign.
This may be an implication of something sinister afoot, so I'm a little bit reluctant to do it, but I got to ask you this. Mr. Boyce, in his last statements, is making what Schneider called something of a banging the table argument, saying, hey, look, those ballots are still locked up in there. If you look at those ballots, that's still the best evidence in the case. What happens if the state Supreme Court says, no, forget it, just forget this whole business, and it really is over? From a pragmatic sense, is the long-term strategy here to sort of underhandedly suggest that forever afterwards the public will be left with a feeling that perhaps we should have gotten another look at that million stack of ballots locked up in Leon County, leaving the Bush administration, if that's what it is, sort of this feeling that we just couldn't establish that legitimacy with the people who are still worried about those million votes?
Well, you raise an interesting point. Whether sinister is the right word, I'm not sure, but it's clear that Democrats have been saying, Mr. Carville said it, I think on the Capitol gang just the other night, you know, he said sooner or later somebody's going to come in and count these ballots under the Florida Sunshine Law, the Freedom of Information Act. Somebody, Democratic operative, an academic, a graduate student, is going to look at all those ballots. And my, wouldn't it be something if in March or April or May we learned that then President George W. Bush didn't win after all? So I do think that while that's obviously nothing that's going to change how the Florida Supreme Court makes its decision, I think you raise a very good point that I think Democrats, some Democrats are suggesting that we're going to find out in a few months, if people look at those ballots, that maybe the guy in the White House shouldn't have been in the White House. And you know, look, Joey, this campaign has already taken on more different twists and turns than I think the most jaded of us, the most bizarre-minded of us would ever have thought possible. So why not in April and May somebody comes along with that kind of claim? I don't know what the political implication of it was, but I wouldn't be at all surprised to see somebody try to look at those ballots, you know, long after the inauguration.
And that is the last word on this 45 minutes of looking at the latest developments. Jeff Greenfield, our senior analyst in New York, as well as Bill Schneider, Greta Van Susteren, Gary Tuchman down in Tallahassee. We appreciate all of you and the insights that you've been able to provide. Stay tuned to CNN. Our coverage is continuing of a very still developing story. 6:15 Eastern Time, less than half an hour from now, Craig Waters for the Florida Supreme Court will be coming out to talk before the cameras. We're going to take that live for you as well. And CNN's Inside Politics is coming up after a break with a lot more to talk about. Stay tuned.
Overseas Corporation can find your family a beautiful home from the thousands of premises on our exclusive list and any of the premises currently on the market. You'll find an ideal home you'll enjoy and be proud of. If you have any problems with your new home, we'll do our very best to solve them immediately. We want to help you settle down smoothly by giving all the possible help we can, as well as lots of fresh information.
From the re-engineering of Japanese industry to the rebuilding of the Russian economy. From the French organic wine industry to pharmaceutical developments in Germany. From the ups and downs of Hong Kong property prices to the rise and fall of dot-com billionaires, nobody covers business like the Financial Times.
Saying hello to a new city like Tokyo can be very exciting, though you may have some trouble at the start getting on your feet. We can make things easier. We'll find you a beautiful home, and we'll keep on working hard to make sure you stay happy with it. So when you reach out for a real estate agent to find you housing in Tokyo, remember us. At Century 21 Sky Realty, we'll help you to get on your feet and stay there.
ゴルフを見るならトーナメント、レッスン、そしてトーク、ゴルフチャンネルでご覧ください。
They're in the time of need because they also have dreams just like we do. We feel bad and we need help sometimes. If no one would be there to take care of me, I would just feel like crying. I wouldn't be happy if I couldn't eat for a few days. I couldn't feed myself and I couldn't take care of myself. I know that I can always turn to somebody when I have any troubles and they will help me. But there are other people who have much harder problems. They wouldn't have anywhere to live. They wouldn't have...
The court finds that the plaintiffs have failed to carry the requisite burden of proof.
A Florida judge rules against Al Gore and his contest of the state's presidential vote count. Hours after a U.S. Supreme Court opinion that left both sides spinning.
I would argue to you that from our standpoint at least, it was a win.
The U.S. Supreme Court's decision today, I think, is just a no decision.
Now the legal ball is back in the Florida Supreme Court. And the presidential waiting game ticks on and on.
From Washington, this is Inside Politics with Bernard Shaw and Judy Woodruff.
Thank you for joining us on this day of back-to-back legal decisions in the presidential election standoff. As you saw and heard live on CNN a short while ago, a Florida judge rejected Al Gore's contest of the state's presidential vote and his request for a hand recount of some 14,000 disputed ballots. Several hours ago, the United States Supreme Court set aside a ruling that permitted some earlier hand recounts, and the justices sent the matter back to the Florida Supreme Court asking for clarification. The Florida High Court now is reviewing the latest legal twists. CNN's Gary Tuchman joins us now with more on the just-announced ruling. Gary.
Well, Bernie, for the Gore team, there was no sugarcoating it. This was an utter defeat for them. Last week, they asked the judge to please move this trial along. They wanted it started by Monday the 4th, which is today. The judge took them to better. He said, I'll start the trial on Saturday the 2nd, and we'll finish it over the weekend. The Gore side also said, we want the ballots brought up here to Tallahassee. The judge said, okay. And it ended up 1.1 million ballots from Palm Beach County and Miami-Dade County came to Tallahassee, and they remain right now in 2 vaults behind me. The Gore side also said, we want those votes counted. And the judge said, well, I'm not going to count them, at least until I hear the testimony. Well, he heard the testimony, and today he said news that was not very good at all for the Gore side.
The evidence does not establish any illegality, dishonesty, gross negligence, improper influence, coercion, or fraud in the balloting and counting processes. Secondly, there is no authority under Florida law for certification of an incomplete manual recount of a portion of or less than all ballots from any county by the State Elections Canvassing Commission, nor authority to include any returns submitted past the deadline established by the Florida Supreme Court in this election. Thirdly, although the record...
So if this judge's word is final, there will be no hand counts for Al Gore and Joe Lieberman. You heard his 16-minute speech, but on paper it just comes out to one paragraph, and it basically says that the plaintiffs, Albert Gore Jr. and Joseph I. Lieberman, shall take nothing by the action, and the defendants may go hence without day. a legal sentence, but what it means is there is absolutely no good news for Al Gore and Joe Lieberman today. However, and this is what the Democrats are banking on, the Florida Supreme Court. They've already gotten a ruling from that court. That court's 2 blocks away from me. A short time ago, they delivered their appeal to the First District Court of Appeals. The way it works here is you deliver your appeal to that court, and then that court customarily bumps it up to the Florida Supreme Court. We expect sometime this week to get a final ruling from the Florida Supreme Court about whether any votes will be counted. Bernie, back to you.
Gary, let's briefly go back into the courtroom. I was struck by the warning Judge Sauls issued from the bench when he said that if 2 differing standards for vote counting are used, it could jeopardize Florida's standing in the Electoral College.
There's no question about it. His words were very harsh. And it was interesting, Bernie, being with this judge all week. He's been very folksy, very funny, cracking jokes with both sides. And just today, such a totally different atmosphere. I mean, this weekend, 23.5 hours of testimony. Everyone was exhausted. They went to 11 o'clock last night, but still, everyone was kind of having fun for some of the time. But today it was very serious, very tense inside that room, and the words were very harsh from the judge. He was very clear that this was a victory for George W. Bush and Dick Cheney. Bernie?
Thank you, Gary Tuchman. Judy?
And we are joined now by CNN legal analyst Greta Van Susteren. Greta, was it clear all along that the Gore team had to show, in the judge's words, that there was a reasonable probability that the election results would be different if these votes were counted?
It was clear because what guided all teams on this and the judge was the Florida statute. And the statute basically says you had to come into the courtroom and show that the wrong guy won.
So, having done this, and I heard you talk about this a minute ago, you're saying the standard now for the Gore folks to count on any kind of grace from the state Supreme Court is very high, the hurdle, in other words.
Every time, in any litigation, the deeper you get into it, the more you lose, the harder it is to win. Because now when they go up to the Florida Supreme Court, they're not asking the Florida Supreme Court to take a look at it new. The Florida Supreme Court doesn't step into the shoes of the judge and decide the case over. What they do is look to see if the judge was out of line, which is a much higher standard, because the judge could be almost flat out wrong, and the Florida Supreme Court would still say, we don't agree with you, but we have to affirm you because we don't think you abused your discretion.
This is probably an unfair question, Greta, but looking back on the way the Gore people argued over the week, Saturday and Sunday, is there anything that you're aware of that they could have or should have done differently to end up with a better verdict?
Probably not. Here's one of the problems you have when you have a single person deciding the case. What one judge may think meets the standard, the next one might not. So really, lots of times in close cases, it's the luck of the draw. And
so you're saying it's not the law, it's what he thinks the standard is?
No, it's how a judge, listening to the evidence, evaluates it. And it's like artwork. You and I could look at a piece of art and you could think it was gorgeous, and I'd say, Judy, out of your mind? You know, people, and this is a tough job of a judge. You are assigned to decide the facts and apply the law, and you do the best job you can. But the problem is you have, at least in a jury, you have 12 people making a decision. In a single trial, you have one person making the decision, and they were unable to persuade that one person.
So when he flatly said, as he did at one point at the end, he said, in this case, there is no credible evidence to show a reasonable probability that the results of the election would be different than the results that were certified by the Secretary of State.
And you're
saying that's subject to interpretation?
Right. No, I'm saying that he's saying that in my opinion, and I get to make that decision because I'm the judge. That's my job, and judges do it every day of the week. But I find that there's no credible evidence.
All right. In terms of the Bush team, do you give them credit for the way they held up their end of the argument here?
I always tip my hat to the winner. I mean, I've been a winner and a loser. It's much more fun to win, and I tip my hat to the winners here. I mean, they played fair and square, and they won. But the battle's not over. The Gore people are going on to the Florida Supreme Court. It might be a friendlier forum, but it certainly is harder for them at this point.
Before the Supreme Court, Greta, what will they have to do, if anything, differently? They just go to the Florida Supreme Court and make exactly the same arguments that they made before Judge Sauls?
They're going to have to show that the judge was just way out of line, that he abused his discretion, that his findings of facts were irrational. For instance, if the judge said, I find no credible evidence of X, but then they can show that the record is replete with evidence of X, that would show a judge abused his discretion. So they comb through the record, and by the record I mean transcripts from all the evidence presented, to show that the judge was way out of line in his ruling. But it's not an easy task for this Gore team. They may be able to do it. I mean, people who've been around the block enough know you never predict how courts are going to rule. But I can tell you, it's much more fun to be the winner going to the Florida Supreme Court than the loser.
All right. Greta Van Susteren, thanks very much. I know you had a long weekend waiting for this. Well, joining us now with the campaign reactions, Jonathan Karl in Washington with the Gore team, Candy Crowley in Austin with the Bush camp. Jonathan, let's start with you. What are they saying?
Well, Judy, first let me tell you that as the judge announced his ruling, there was a member of the Gore team sitting in that courtroom holding a 2-page appeal. I talked to that member of the Gore team. He was holding this notice of appeal that as soon as the judge was done speaking, he walked down the hall and filed the appeal. The Gore team very much going into this expected that there was a great possibility that they would lose this case with Judge Sauls. They thought from the start that he was a skeptical judge. They were disappointed with some of the way the trial got started, thought it was sluggish, thought it was slow. So they were expecting this. They were expecting to go to state Supreme Court from the start. But of course, this is a major blow for the Gore team. One thing they are very concerned about is Democratic support, maintaining support among especially moderate and conservative Democrats going into this appeal phase. They got a little bit of a boost in that regard from Tom Daschle and Dick Gephardt, who just a few minutes ago released a joint statement saying, quote, we are united in our support of the decision to appeal this ruling. So that's at least from the Democratic leadership. They're far less firm about whether or not those conservative and moderate Democrats will be there to support them. Meanwhile, David Boies gave the initial response here, official response from the Gore team. Boies made one central point here, which is this judge erred in that he said the Gore team needed to prove that the election outcome would be different. He said the only way you could prove that is if you actually count the votes themselves. They have said all along that their most important witness in this case is the actual disputed ballots. Here's what Boies had to say.
And I don't think anybody can say that the result of the election has not been placed in doubt by the evidence that is there. And that's particularly true when you take into account that he had not even looked at any of the ballots. That is, we put the ballots in evidence. The ballots that Florida courts have repeatedly said over the years were the best evidence of the voters' intent. And this is the first case that I'm aware of that in a ballot contest, a court has refused to look at any of the ballots.
Boies also made the point that on 3 separate occasions, the Gore team, the Gore legal team, asked that judge to begin counting the ballots while the contest hearing was going on. They were obviously denied all 3 times. They were also denied during the course of the hearing from the Florida Supreme Court. They had asked the Florida Supreme Court to order that those ballots had been to start being counted while that case was going on. They were denied without prejudice. Now they go to the Supreme Court to see if they can do any better. They say they feel they've got a strong case. They say they still believe in the strength of that case. They believe they're on friendlier ground with the Florida Supreme Court, with justices predominantly appointed by Democratic governors, all of them appointed by Democratic governors. They believe that they've got a stronger, more favorable audience in the Florida Supreme Court, but they know it's a very high hurdle, and they're also very concerned right now about keeping Democrats unified in their support of the vice president's case.
Well, Jonathan, on that point, do they have a plan in place to make sure the defections don't begin?
Joe Lieberman did a conference call today before this ruling came down with Democrats on the Hill, reassuring them. Ron Klain, the top legal advisor, was also on that call, trying to reassure Democrats that this may likely go to appeal. And they, on that conference call, got a word from Democrats on the call that they would support the Gore team through the appeal. But again, that conference call coming from the loyalists. Most of the people on the call were loyal Democrats, were not some of the moderates and conservatives that have expressed some skepticism about how the vice president has been going forward. So they're very nervous about some of those more independent-minded Democrats. And there is some discussion even of having the vice president himself go up to the Hill to talk directly with the Democrats as they come back into town. So that's one possibility. No decision made on that, but they know they've got a lot of work, not only in terms of the legal arena of pursuing this appeal, but also in the political arena of making sure that their party, all of their party, remains unified in supporting the vice president, even now as he suffered this very major setback today in Leon County.
All right, Jonathan Karl here in Washington. And now let's go to our Candy Crowley. She's with the Bush camp in Austin. Candy, they're worried about anything but defections there, I'm assuming.
Absolutely. We have not officially heard yet from the Bush campaign, though we expect to hear shortly from Communications Director Karen Hughes. But you can bet that they are very happy about this. Within the political framework, this is major for the Bush campaign, and I expect that Karen Hughes will address this, at least in some way, from the political point of view. It's very evident that over the last 24 hours, even in advance of this decision, much less the Supreme Court decision to vacate the Florida Supreme Court decision on certification and send it back to that court, it's very clear that the Bush camp is increasing the pressure on Al Gore. We had first Secretary Cheney yesterday on the talk show saying that he thought Al Gore should concede. Then after the Supreme Court ruling today, we got a chance to talk, however briefly, to George Bush, who said no, he didn't think that he would call on the vice president to concede, but listen very closely to what George Bush had to say.
That's a very difficult decision for anybody to make, and I understand that. I do believe I have won this election. I believe that I won it on the first count, and on the second count, and on the third count. But that the vice president's going to have to make the decisions that he thinks are necessary. And I know that he'll put the interests of the country will be important in his decision making, just like it would be in mine.
The interests of the country. Now, let's move forward a little bit. We just get this ruling from the judge in Leon County. Then we see the Bush lawyers come out, and one of them is Ben Ginsburg. He's one of the few lawyers down there that has been on the Bush payroll all along, therefore a campaign lawyer. The first thing out of his mouth was, I would hope that the interests of the country will be paramount in everyone's mind. It's very clear here that the Bush campaign, that phrase you will hear. Ginsburg said that twice during the news conference and once when he was on the air being interviewed by Gary Tuchman a little earlier on CNN. So they are increasing that pressure, talking about the interests of the country. This is another chapter in there. It's over. We need to get moving. There's a whole lot of issues out there we need to get moving on. But this is very clearly where the Bush campaign is going with this, and something that I would suggest that Karen Hughes will probably come out and talk about when we hear from her. Judy.
Candy, so very good news from that circuit court in Leon County, Tallahassee. What about the Seminole County case, also coming up in Leon County, but before a different judge tomorrow? Are they worried about that?
Sure. As they say there, this is a sort of been a vote-by-vote, county-by-county thing, and of course they are. They don't particularly privately think that this is a very strong case because it almost asks the Gore campaign, at least according to the Bush campaign, to go against what they've been saying all along. The irregularity, if you will, had to do with the applications for absentee ballots, not with the absentee ballots themselves. So what the court would have to do would be to throw out valid votes that have not really been questioned under any circumstance. So the Bush campaign thinks that's going to be a very high mark. Let me tell you that they also believe, and Jonathan touched a little bit about this, that the Gore campaign believes that there's sort of friendlier turf in the Florida Supreme Court because most of them are registered Democrats. All but one of them was appointed by a Democratic governor, the other jointly by a Democratic governor and a Republican governor. But in any case, the Bush campaign is well aware of the makeup of the Florida Supreme Court, but they believe with the Supreme Court ruling that they got today, the message is, we're watching. And they believe that that acts as a sort of lever. They said it's like your boss watching you, your colleagues watching you. And they believe that sort of takes some of the edge off the Supreme Court, where they admittedly say that it's not particularly friendly territory for them.
All right, Candy Crowley in Austin. Thanks very much, Bernie.
Our senior analyst, Jeff Greenfield in New York, has been following all this. Jeff, a very simple question to you. In your judgment, is Al Gore's basic problem time or the law?
Yes. His problem now is a big problem with the law because, as we've heard, once a local court judge rules, the Supreme Court is less likely to step in on his behalf. And if he's only got so much time till December 12th, you know, we need to say one other thing. Not only did Al Gore suffer a big loss in the courts, but one of the biggest political losses he suffered is this ruling, if it stands, takes the Florida legislature off the hook. One of the Democrats' big political arguments was if the Florida legislature had stepped in to appoint electors, it would have been seen as anti-democratic. Now, the very venue that Al Gore chose to fight this case, the courts, has given Governor Bush a big victory. And I think down the road, apart from the law that you mentioned, Bertie, and apart from time, in a political sense, he suffered yet another loss in depriving the Gore campaign of one of its big arguments they were prepared to make.
And Jeff, don't Al Gore and his advisors have to worry? We heard that Tom Daschle and Dick Gephardt were on the phone saying, we support your decision to appeal to the Florida Supreme Court. But doesn't the Al Gore brain trust have to worry that the party rank and file might be stampeded by these double losses today in the U.S. Supreme Court and in Judge Saul's court?
To coin a phrase, Bernie, big time. I mean, remember, the Congress is coming back into session, which means that the members of the House and Senate, particularly I think in the House, 60 to 80 so-called blue dog Democrats, less liberal, you know, from states that George Bush carried, they don't have to make phone calls to each other. They can meet in the House dining room, in the gym, in each other's offices, and it wouldn't be at all surprising to think that this will be a topic of conversation. And even as this case moves up on appeal, if in fact a few dozen House Democrats, let's say, begin to talk among themselves about enough already, we can't keep sustaining these losses, the country's getting impatient, I could see how that could create some very powerful momentum, the last thing in the world that the Gore campaign wants or needs right now.
And very quickly, in the next 48 hours, what will you be looking for?
I'll be looking to see whether or not there is this drumbeat beginning on more moderate and conservative Democrats in Washington that Al Gore should stop already. And then, of course, the two things we're all going to be looking at is the Florida Supreme Court going to take this case, and would it be possible for them to reverse this decision? And are we going to get the 56th curveball of this post-campaign season coming out of the contests in Seminole and Martin counties about those absentee ballots? But since this is inside politics rather than burden of proof, Bernie, let's take a look at whether the Washington climate gets a little frostier for Vice President Gore in the next 24 to 48 hours.
And because this is inside politics, you're a former speechwriter. Do you think somebody on Gore's staff is beginning the first words of a drafted concession speech?
The reason I don't, Bernie, is that the last couple of times Al Gore has said something, has had something important to say, he's tended to take those words on himself. And I wouldn't be at all surprised if the time comes in the next 3 or 4 days that the Vice President has to concede, those words will come largely from him.
Okay, Jeff Greenfield in New York. And still ahead here in Inside Politics, a closer look at today's legal rulings in this presidential race. We'll go to our reporters at the U.S. Supreme Court and the Florida Supreme Court.
World Markets, in association with State Street Corporation. Updates on the global marketplace. State Street Corporation, serving institutional investors worldwide.
Now to the Bush campaign spokesman Karen Hughes in Austin.
I think all of us who are fortunate enough to live in America in this great democracy want to be sure that the votes that will decide the next president of the United States are counted in a fair and accurate way. And so Americans will be comforted to learn that the Florida judge found no credible evidence to suggest that the results from any additional recounts would be any different from the results of the counts and recounts already conducted, all of which show Governor Bush and Secretary Cheney won Florida's electoral votes. The judge also concluded that the evidence does not establish any illegality, dishonesty, gross negligence, improper influence, coercion, or fraud in the balloting or counting processes. In other words, the court reviewed all the facts, listened to all the arguments, considered all the evidence, and concluded that Florida's votes were cast and counted fairly and properly. Governor Bush asked me to once again thank the attorneys and the many volunteers who are working on his behalf in Florida.
Karen, do you think that the strength of this ruling will give you the standing with the public to nominate more members of your perspective?
Mike, I think that primarily what we're focused on is that the strength of this ruling, it is a very comprehensive ruling. It was very thorough. It was based on the facts. It was based on the law. And I think that Americans themselves can be comforted that the court has reviewed all the evidence, has heard all the testimony, has looked at all the facts, and concluded that there's no credible evidence that any additional counting would result in any different result than the results we've already seen from Florida, which are that Governor Bush and Secretary Cheney won the election.
Aaron, do you have any advice at this point for Vice President Gore?
Well, obviously, Vice President Gore needs to make his own decision as to how to proceed. As Governor Bush said this afternoon, they've both been through a long and difficult campaign. It's been a close election, and I would not think it was appropriate for me to presume to give the Vice President advice.
Karen, today the governor called Secretary Cheney Vice President Cheney. Was that intentional? Does he consider himself the President of the United States now?
Well, as you know, Governor Bush last week asked all of our members of our staff to continue calling him Governor Bush. He wanted to handle this situation is unique and it's unprecedented, as we've talked about before, and he wanted to handle it in a humble and gracious way. And so he's asked all of us to continue calling him Governor Bush.
You talk about the confidence level of the campaign after especially the afternoon meeting that just went down the last hour. Can you talk about the confidence level of the campaign that this is about to come to an end with your side on top?
Well, I think clearly that those of us in the office who watched the judge were comforted by the strength of the ruling, by the fact that he obviously approached this in a very thoughtful and very thorough way, based on the law, based on the facts, based on the evidence. He had 2 full days of hearings, and I think that was very comforting to all of us to feel that he had reviewed everything and again found no credible evidence to suggest that any additional counting would produce any different results than the results we've already seen.
Governor Bush was very critical previously of the Florida Supreme Court. Any concern that this court may not uphold Judge Saul's ruling?
Well, again, we'll have to see what occurs. I understand, in fact, I need to leave here in just a minute because I understand the spokesman for the Supreme Court is going to make a statement shortly. But again, we feel that this ruling is very comprehensive, very thorough, clearly based on the facts and clearly based on the law.
To get back to Mike's question, to what extent does the governor feel he can, with this court ruling from Florida today, to proceed, maybe accelerate his transition efforts?
Well, as you know, the governor asked Secretary Cheney to begin the transition effort. We have an office up and running, and Governor Bush and Secretary Cheney felt it was the responsible thing for them to begin the process of preparing to govern, and they are continuing with that work. Thank you all very much.
Governor Bush's campaign spokeswoman, Karen Hughes, in Austin now. Quickly to Jonathan Karl, covering the Vice President. Jonathan.
Well, Bernie, 2 developments regarding the Florida Supreme Court. One, the Florida Supreme Court has notified both sides in this lawsuit that they have till 3 o'clock tomorrow to file briefs regarding the issue that was sent to them from the U.S. Supreme Court. And that's likely to hear at this announcement. We will hear from the Florida Supreme Court any minute now. The second thing is the Gore campaign filed their appeal technical matter to the appellate court. Well, the appellate court has already turned it around and filed it and sent it up to the Florida State Supreme Court. So the Gore campaign's appeal of Judge Sanders Saul's decision now stands before the Florida Supreme Court. That appeal was filed at 4:58 p.m. and within an hour it was passed all the way up to the Florida Supreme Court. So things moving very quickly down in Florida.
Indeed, Jonathan Karl. We're standing by to hear from Craig Waters, the spokesman for the Florida Supreme Court in Tallahassee, and we suspect that when he comes out in a matter of seconds, when he comes out of this door and walks up to this podium, he will confirm what you just reported, the time sequence from the appeals court at 4:58 p.m., which was passed on very quickly at 5:58 p.m. to the Florida Supreme Court. The door is open. Let's listen.
Craig Waters, Public Information Officer here at the court. The court has now entered a scheduling order in the case that was remanded to us today from the U.S. Supreme Court. The court is going to accept supplemental briefs from the parties through 3 p.m. on December the 5th, 2000, on the implementation of the mandate to this court from the United States Supreme Court. The briefs are to be no more than 20 pages. As you know, Judge Sanders Saul's issued a ruling today. We understand that that matter has been taken to the First District Court of Appeal. As of the present time, we do not have a certification from them, so that matter is not currently before our court. If the certification is received overnight, it will not be processed until the morning. So you all don't have to stay here. We will have that documentation, if it comes in, available for you in the morning. Are there any questions?
Might those two issues be combined, the contest from Judge Sauls and this briefing?
The question was whether the two issues could be combined. That would be a question that the parties themselves could move to do if they wished. The court might or might not do it. We just don't know at this point.
Can you tell us how quickly a briefing schedule might be decided upon once you receive certification from the First District Court of Appeals?
Well, I think as you've seen in the earlier cases here, that these would be expedited briefing schedules. That's what the court has done in all of these cases.
And what are the options before the court? It might set a briefing schedule.
Right, it might set a briefing schedule. The court has not yet determined whether there will be oral argument in the case involving the mandate from the U.S. Supreme Court. And of course, after we receive briefs and any certification, then the court would also have to determine whether or not there would be oral argument.
That would be on both issues. First, the Supreme Court issue, and separately, the appeal forthcoming filed by the court.
There has been no decision at the present time to have further oral arguments.
The Supreme Court, once it gets the briefing on December 15th in this U.S. Supreme Court case, it wouldn't need to have oral arguments to rule, would it? It could rule anytime after that has its briefs in, if it so chooses?
Yes, the court does not have to schedule oral arguments in the remand from the U.S. Supreme Court. But that would be a question that it would determine later. It has just simply not made that determination at the present time.
Can you tell us how the justices spent the afternoon once they received the ruling from the U.S. Supreme Court?
Well, I do know the justices conferenced and discussed these matters, and they of course, came up with a scheduling order in this matter from the United States Supreme Court.
Is there a... That they will not act until 3 p.m. tomorrow on the U.S. Supreme Court.
I'm sorry, Jackie, I can't hear you.
The fact that their briefing's deadline until 3 p.m. tomorrow means the court won't do anything on this case until that deadline's passed.
No, once the court has established a briefing schedule, it will wait for the briefs to come in to hear the arguments before it will act in the case.
Mr. Waters, I've just received a copy from the First District Court of Appeals that it has certified this over to the Florida Supreme Court.
Well, if that's the case, CNN once again is ahead of me.
Might a certification or a briefing schedule be forthcoming from this court tonight, as early as tonight?
No, the court will not take any further actions tonight.
Would that be certified over here electronically, or would somebody have to deliver it?
We often get it by fax. Sometimes it is hand-delivered. Okay. Any further questions?
Were the Florida justices, can you give us a sense of how they reacted to this ruling today from the U.S. Supreme Court? After all, there's been a lot of attention to this matter, and the court was asked to clarify its position on something that, did the court feel as though it had been clear?
Right. I did not have a chance to talk with all of the justices. I can tell you that the justices are concerned to make sure that the law is applied according to the law of the land. That is their sworn duty as judges. Any further?
From the court on that.
You're asking what time would the certificate? Would they be available? Is that your question?
No, since you're getting the certification from the Court of Appeals, what time tomorrow morning might we expect something from you guys on that?
Well, we just don't know when the court would act on that. Our doors, of course, will open at 8 a.m.
Is there an time that you usually rule an election contest? How quickly is the process in the court?
Well, there have been election contests before, but as you all realize, this is a rather unique one.
Can you give us a sense of whether anything remotely compares to this in terms of an election contest? Has the Florida Supreme Court reversed a lower court's ruling regarding an election contest?
That's a question you need to pose to the lawyers, Susan.
Well, actually, I thought it was an historical question based on what this court might have done in the past.
Well, if you're asking a historical question, I just don't have the history in my head right now, so sorry.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Craig Waters, the spokesman for the Florida Supreme Court, responding to reporters' questions there and the steps in Tallahassee and answering CNN's Susan Candiotti on a number of points. At one point, Susan Candiotti confirming to the Supreme Court spokesman that the Florida Supreme Court had received a certified appeal from the First District Court of Appeals, part of the process as Vice President Al Gore presses his appeal. CNN's Inside Politics will continue in a moment.
Good morning, I'm Deborah Wong in Hong Kong. You've been watching CNN USA's coverage of the U.S. presidential election. There have been several dramatic developments in the past few hours. Here's a recap. A Florida Circuit Court judge has rejected Al Gore's request to overturn that state's certified election result. The judge says Gore failed to prove that he would have won the election if it were not for alleged irregularities and the exclusion of disputed ballots. The judge also rejected Gore's request for a hand count of those ballots. The Gore team has filed an appeal, and the case has been sent to Florida's Supreme Court. And earlier, the U.S. Supreme Court sent back to a Florida Supreme Court ruling which extended the deadline for hand recounts in Florida. The Supreme Court wants clarification of how Florida's top court made its decision.
This is CNN.
Democratic candidate Al Gore is dealt a legal defeat in his fight to beat George W. Bush for the presidency of the United States. And officials in the European Union employ new measures to stop an outbreak of mad cow disease from spreading. Hello and welcome to CNN This Morning. I'm Deborah Wong in Hong Kong. In the United States, a major legal blow for Al Gore in his fight for the presidency. A circuit court in Florida rejected Gore's request to overturn George W. Bush's certification as the winner in that state. And the judge found there are no grounds for a recount of disputed ballots. Here are the latest developments. The judge says Gore failed to prove that he would have won the election if it were not for alleged irregularities and the exclusion of disputed ballots. The Gore team has filed an appeal, and the case has been sent to the Florida Supreme Court. And earlier, the U.S. Supreme Court sent back a Florida Supreme Court ruling which extended the deadline for hand recounts in Florida. The Supreme Court wants clarification of how Florida's top court made its decision. The Gore campaign faces an uphill battle in its bid to overturn the circuit court ruling, and it's running out of time to get the recounts it wants. Florida must name its presidential electors by December 12th. Leon County Circuit Court Judge N. Sanders Sauls rejected all of Gore's motions. He said it was not enough to show only a reasonable possibility that Gore would have won the election in Florida if disputed ballots had been included in the final tally.
In this case, there is no credible statistical evidence and no other competent substantial evidence to establish by a preponderance a reasonable probability that the results of the statewide election in the state of Florida would be different from the result which has been certified by the State Elections Canvassing Commission. The court further finds and concludes the evidence does not establish any illegality, dishonesty, gross negligence, improper influence, coercion, or fraud in the balloting and counting processes.
But the Gore camp says it's not giving up yet. It's now pinning its hopes on Florida's highest court.
They won, we lost, we're appealing. This is going to be resolved by the Florida Supreme Court promptly, and what I think is that that will be the end of the matter. I think whoever wins in the Florida Supreme Court will accept that. We have certainly said from the beginning that we accept the rule of law, that when the Florida Supreme Court makes its decision on this matter, we will accept that. And what we are looking for is to have that decision made as promptly as possible.
The Bush camp is not surprisingly hailing the circuit court decision as a complete victory. It says Gore's case was weak all along.
It's interesting to note that the Gore campaign asked the Florida Supreme Court to take the action that resulted in today's Supreme Court ruling. Then the Gore campaign also asked the Florida Supreme Court to, on Thanksgiving Day, to enjoin the county and Miami-Dade. Florida Supreme Court felt that was too far of a reach. And then the Gore campaign also asked that the Palm Beach butterfly ballot be thrown out, and that was too big a reach for the Florida Supreme Court.
This is CNN.
Does not establish any illegality, dishonesty, gross negligence, improper influence, coercion, or fraud in the balloting or counting processes.
In the battle for the U.S. presidency, a Florida court rules. The Bush side claims a victory, but the Gore side vows to press on. And amid a backdrop of fresh fighting, an old face emerges as a possible contender for Israel's top job. This is CNN This Morning. I'm Deborah Wong in Hong Kong. In the United States, there's been a major legal blow for Al Gore in his fight for the presidency. A circuit court in Florida has rejected Gore's request to overturn George W. Bush's certification as the winner in that state. And the judge found there are no grounds for a recount of disputed ballots. Here are the latest developments. The judge says Gore failed to prove that he would have won the election if it were not for alleged irregularities and the exclusion of disputed ballots. The Gore team has filed an appeal, and the case has been sent to the Florida Supreme Court. Earlier, the U.S. Supreme Court sent back a Florida Supreme Court ruling which extended the deadline for hand recounts in Florida. The Supreme Court wants clarification of how Florida's top court made its decision. The Gore campaign is running out of time to get the recounts it wants. Florida's presidential electors must be chosen by December 12th. Gore's lawyers are now pinning their hopes on that state's highest court.
They won, we lost, we're appealing. This is going to be resolved by the Florida Supreme Court promptly, and what I think is that that will be the end of the matter. I think whoever wins in the Florida Supreme Court will accept that. We have certainly said from the beginning that we accept the rule of law, that when the Florida Supreme Court makes its decision on this matter, we will accept that. And what we are looking for is to have that decision made as promptly as possible.
The Bush camp is, not surprisingly, hailing the circuit court decision as a complete victory. It says Gore's case was weak all along.
It's interesting to note that the Gore campaign asked the Florida Supreme Court to take the action that resulted in today's Supreme Court ruling. Then the Gore campaign also asked the Florida Supreme Court to, on Thanksgiving Day, to enjoin the county and Miami-Dade. Florida Supreme Court felt that was too far of a reach. And then the Gore campaign also asked that the Palm Beach butterfly ballot be thrown out, and that was too big a reach for the Florida Supreme Court.
The Florida Supreme Court also has to contend with the U.S. Supreme Court's findings. The lower court could give a clarified ruling within days. CNN's Charles Bierbauer takes a closer look at the U.S. Supreme Court decision.
Try again, the U.S. Supreme Court told the Florida Supreme Court. Explain how the Florida justices concluded it was permissible to extend the time for counting ballots. It took the justices here just 3 days to send the matter back, saying, after reviewing the opinion of the Florida Supreme Court, we find that there is considerable uncertainty as to the precise grounds for the decision.
The United States Supreme Court has now put the ball back into the Florida Supreme Court for that court to answer in the first instance the central question between how it interprets the law and whether in that process of interpretation it has, in effect, made law.
The justices, noting a split between legislative and judicial authority, said, we are unclear as to the extent to which the Florida Supreme Court saw the Florida Constitution as circumscribing the legislature's authority, and perhaps ignoring the federal Constitution and election statutes.
It does not say that the federal Constitution was violated. It simply says that the Supreme Court of Florida may not have considered the federal statute to the extent that the Supreme Court thinks it might have.
The justices provided a guideline. If the state legislature has provided for final determination of contests or controversies by a law made prior to Election Day, that determination shall be conclusive. Internal dissent is evident in the ruling, but not in the way the justices unanimously agreed to handle it.
As they debated these technical points, I think someone must have said, what benefit do we do the country if we decide this matter 5-4?
The ruling was a mid-morning surprise. The justices were hearing another case when a court official handed the ruling to reporters, creating a hasty exodus from the courtroom. Legal experts say the Florida Supreme Court may take another stand at explaining its ruling, but it is not mandatory for the justices here to give it a second review. Charles Bierbauer, CNN, the Supreme Court.
You can find all 7 pages of the U.S. Supreme Court opinion on CNN's website. Just go to CNN.com and you'll find the link under the Election 2000 banner.
The court finds that the plaintiffs have failed to carry the requisite burden of proof.
Major losses for Al Gore in the courts. But it may not be over yet.
We're appealing. This is going to be resolved by the Florida Supreme Court promptly.
From Florida's Circuit Court to the U.S. Supreme Court, how this dramatic day unfolded.
Governor Bush and Secretary Cheney have won Florida.
Tonight, is George W. Bush's road to the White House finally clear? And we'll talk to the man who provided this Perry Mason moment in the courtroom.
You need either reinspection or manual recount where you have that situation. Yes, you do. If you got a very close election.
This is a CNN special report. Election 2000, the Florida vote. From Washington, CNN legal analyst Greta Van Susteren.
In what may be the climatic moment of Election 2000, a judge has ruled there will be no more recounts in Florida. Here are the legal challenges in what's been a very dramatic day, Judgment Day. In Tallahassee, Al Gore lost his contest of Florida's presidential election results. The Democrats are appealing. In Washington, the U.S. Supreme Court sent its election case back to Florida's Supreme Court. That's where the action will be tomorrow. Those justices likely will begin considering both cases. And in just a moment, attorneys from both the Bush and the Gore sides. But first, a look at how this extraordinary day unfolded. CNN's David Mattingly picks it up as the flood of developments hit shortly before noon Eastern.
11:45 a.m., a morning filled with quiet anticipation erupts.
Looks like we have a huge moment right now coming out of the U.S. Supreme Court.
A U.S. Supreme Court decision vacating, sending the case of Bush versus Palm Beach County back to Florida for clarification. All 9 justices want to know, where did the legal justification come from when the Florida Supreme Court extended the state deadline for ballot certification? Citing, quote, considerable uncertainty as to the precise grounds for the decision, the case goes back to the Florida High Court for answers. But immediately it raises new questions. What does this ruling mean? 12:10 p.m., news of the High Court ruling rumbles through the Florida courts. A critical ruling in Leon County on disputed ballots goes on hold.
We are on hold pending our being able to determine whether the U.S. Supreme Court decision has any effect on our proceeding.
Now, with the clock ticking, another question. Is this a victory for George W. Bush? And what happens to the Gore election challenge? 1 o'clock, Gore attorneys go public.
We all recognize that this case is ultimately going to end up in the Florida Supreme Court, but I think it's very important that that decision get decided so that we can begin the recount if the court decides that that's the appropriate thing to do.
Then, all eyes turn back to the Leon County Circuit Court. 2 p.m., another announcement. Judge Sanders Saul's ruling put off until late afternoon. A ruling after a weekend of marathon testimony that could overturn vote counts in Palm Beach, Miami-Dade, and Nassau counties. In minutes, Bush attorneys respond.
The only prudent thing for Judge Sauls to do would be to read and analyze that opinion and see how it affects what he did. But there's certainly nothing in the United States Supreme Court opinion that would cause him to be less motivated to rule in favor of Governor Bush.
Then, 2:45, an announcement from the Florida Supreme Court. Justices will meet soon to sort out the High Court's ruling.
We're speaking about
Mid-afternoon, George W. Bush talks to reporters.
Not only was the case heard, but the Supreme Court acted in a way that I think is a positive for our campaign.
And minutes later, Leon County Circuit Judge Sanders Sauls delivers a serious blow to the Gore campaign.
In conclusion, the court finds that the plaintiffs have failed to carry the requisite burden of proof, and judgment shall be, and hereby is entered, that plaintiffs shall take nothing by this action, and the defendants may go hence without day.
The court finds no evidence of illegality in handling of the November 7th election. No convincing evidence to show that Gore could have won the election if uncounted votes were counted. And no evidence to show the county canvassing boards acted improperly. The Gore election contest is rejected.
The fact is that Governor Bush and Secretary Cheney have won Florida.
But within minutes,
we would be pleased to answer some questions if you have any.
The decision is appealed by Gore attorneys, again to the Florida Supreme Court.
Now, what the court did was to decide that it was not even going to look at those ballots.
A day of dramatic developments, a judicial process that is yet to come to a close, and unanswered questions. Will this be the last stop in the challenge of Vice President Gore? And will the looming electoral deadline of December 12 make any recount impossible? David Mattingly, CNN, Atlanta.
As you can see from David's report, the Gore campaign's options certainly are dwindling. Gore campaign attorney Jeff Robinson joins us from Tallahassee to discuss what's next. Jeff, thank you for joining me tonight.
Good evening, Greta.
Jeff, from about 1,500 miles away, it looks like the Gore team was clobbered today. Is there any way around this? Do you have any hope in the Florida Supreme Court?
Yes. I mean, we've always known that this case was going to the Florida Supreme Court. Both sides have known that. And now we have a clear legal ruling that the Florida Supreme Court can consider, and we believe that they will be with us.
All right, what's your best argument?
Well, the first argument and the best argument is that the most important evidence, the ballots themselves, were admitted into this case, but they were never reviewed or considered in the decision-making. We believe that to be clear error.
Why was that error?
Because you have evidence. It's as though you had a witness who testified and the court concluded that it wouldn't even hear the witness and then reached a decision. The best evidence, the ballots themselves, were never considered, and the court made that clear.
Did you ask the judge to look at the ballots?
Yes, we did. We asked amongst the first exhibits that we introduced into the case were the ballots, and we said that they were the evidence. They spoke the way the Florida voters spoke, and if you look at them, you would see that we had established our burden. They were never looked at.
And I suppose the reason, and correct me if I'm wrong, but the reason that they were so important is one of the elements of your case that you had to prove is that Vice President Al Gore was the real winner, right?
Right. You had to prove that there was reason to question whether or not Vice President Al Gore was a winner. We believe that was established even without looking at the ballots, and I think we're all here because there's considerable reason to question it, but the ballots themselves would tell you whether or not that was the case.
Is there any other issue besides the court's failure, at least in your mind, to look at the ballots? Is there any other issue that would cause the Florida Supreme Court to reverse the decision?
Yes, we believe that the court applied throughout the wrong legal standard. The court said that it was reviewing things on an abuse of discretion, as though it were reviewing an agency action, and where it's clear under Florida law that what the court is doing is making original determinations in a contest action. This isn't a review proceeding, it's an original contest proceeding.
All right, it's 8:37 p.m. Eastern Time. What are your lawyers doing right now?
Right now, I'm here with you, but
the rest of the legal team, what's the team doing?
Right now, we're working on the appeal.
Was the brief must have been written, though, before the decision came down today. I mean, you must have figured that you might lose.
Well, while one can think about, and we've written on this many times before Judge Saul, you don't know what you might be appealing until you see what the judge says. We didn't know that he would not look at the ballots. We didn't know that he would apply the wrong legal standard. And once you know that, then you have to craft a brief that addresses the specific issues.
Have you asked the judge to maintain custody of those ballots while this matter goes to the Florida Supreme Court?
The judge announced during his ruling that he would maintain custody of those ballots in Tallahassee pending review. As we said, everyone has known that this was going to the Florida Supreme Court.
All right, I'd like to thank Gore campaign attorney Jeff Robinson for joining us from Tallahassee. And now the perspective from the other side. Also in Tallahassee is George Terwilliger, an attorney for the Bush campaign. George, what do you make of Jeff's argument that the judge should have examined the ballots?
Well, you know, Greta, we say asked and answered. I guess we could say made and rejected. That was the argument that was made to Judge Sauls. It was rejected. It's a long shot argument to begin with because there's no support for it in Florida jurisprudence. And, you know, that's essentially the argument we'll make in the Supreme Court.
Well, you know, it's sort of curious, George. Under the Florida law, in order for Vice President Al Gore, or anyone who contests a proceeding for that matter, must show that he or she is the likely winner. But without examining the ballots, how do you show you're the likely winner?
Well, that's not how the Florida election contest statute actually works, Greta. The first thing you have to show is that the person who has been certified by the winner, certified as the winner, excuse me, is for some reason not entitled to the presumption of regularity that attaches to that certification. And what the judge ruled today as a procedural matter is that, in fact, the Gore team did not make that showing. So there's no reason to look at the ballots until you show some error in the certifications that were used by the county canvassing boards to determine the vote totals.
George, I know you guys are good lawyers, just like the lawyers on the other side are good lawyers. Did you have a brief ready in case you guys lost?
Not a brief ready, but you know, we are very comfortable with the law and what the legal arguments are here now. And you know, we felt pretty comfortable that if called upon to write a brief, we would. But we were also very comfortable with how our case went in, how it was presented. We, after all, as you know, Greta, didn't have to prove anything. We did put on facts because we thought it would be helpful to inform decision-making by the judge. And you know, we'll see what the Supreme Court thinks.
I'm curious, did Governor Bush call his legal team after you scored that big victory for him?
No, we didn't have any direct contact with Governor Bush. In fact, we returned to the office and went back to work. We have some additional filings to make in the Supreme Court case on the remand case coming back from the U.S. Supreme Court this morning.
Do you have a timetable for the Florida Supreme Court case, the one that was won by your side today? Is there any timetable in that so far?
I'm not aware if we got anything from the court since I left the office a little while ago. I'm not aware of it, Greta, but I expect that it will be put on a fairly expeditious briefing schedule.
All right. It's always more fun to win, isn't it, George? Anyway, we have to take a break. Thanks again to Bush campaign attorney George Terwilliger for joining us from Tallahassee. Next, how today's avalanche from the courts affects the political endgame. Please stay with us.
今このテレビを寝転んで見ているあなた、運動不足はあなたの体を知らない間に蝕んでいくんです。こんな症状あなたは思い当たりませんか？太り気味でダイエットしたい、あちこちのコリや痛みが取れない、イライラして夜眠れない、これらは全て現代病の一つ。そんな悩みは金魚運動で全て解決。テレビを見ながら楽々シェイプアップできちゃう究極の秘密兵器、それがこの医療用具金魚運動売れっ子。1日たったの15分、コンパクトボディに足を乗せるだけで寝たまま楽々有酸素運動ができる売れっ子にかかれば、慢性的な運動不足は見事に解消。足の先から頭まで全身を無理なくリラックス。あなたのこりや痛みをほぐしてくれます。そう、子供からお年寄りまで誰でも簡単にできるから、いつも取り合い。これが金魚運動売れっ子の売れっ子たるゆえん。あなたもストレス知らずで効果的なシェイプアップ運動をさあ手に入れましょう。もう体に負担のかかるスポーツやキャッチコピーだけの器具に惑わされないでください。売れっ子だけが医療用具として厚生省に認められた安全で信頼性のある金魚運動用具なのです。今ご注文いただければ専用足首サポーターに取扱いマニュアル、そして1年間のメーカー保証までお付けして特別価格29,800円。29,800円。あなたのために用意した月々2,500円からの金利手数料なし売れっ子得々ローンもぜひご利用ください。売れっ子だけがあなたに健康でエネルギッシュな毎日をお約束。さあ今すぐお電話を。
お申し込みは今すぐフリーダイヤル 0120-555-995 番でどうぞ。代金はお届けの際現金でお支払いください。消費税送料は別途、船便地域は実費です。お届けまで2週間ほどかかります。ご了承ください。
Down the wrong road. See how this one man transforms young lives through fencing. It's another example of why people count.
People count. Only on CNN.
Phone, fax, or email newsmakers from around the world on Q&A with Riz Khan, Tuesday through Saturday on CNN.
World Beat, Saturdays on CNN.
One of the many emails we've gotten from viewers. Now, the courts have spoken, the lawyers have more to say, and the politicians are listening. So is CNN senior political analyst Bill Schneider, who's here in Washington. Bill, I know legally where we stand. Where do we stand politically?
Well, the question is, how strongly will the Democrats stand behind Al Gore in this final week before the December 12th deadline? I mean, I think Democrats are getting a little nervous. When we spoke to congressional Democrats today, they said, we'll stick with Gore, he's our man, and we want him in the White House. But they said the clock is ticking, and we don't have much longer for this thing to run out. So there's a little bit of shakiness there.
What does it matter to Democrats, sort of behind the scenes, whether Vice President Al Gore fights on or gives up? Well, I guess giving up is pretty obvious, but what if he fights on? How does it hurt them?
Well, I mean, clearly, if he's seen as a sore loser, if people get angry at Gore because he just won't give up, then I think could be some repercussions on the Democratic Party. I mean, it'll be a little embarrassing, and they'll have the image of a party that's dominated by sore losers. They want to cling to power. The Democrats in Congress have other interests at stake. They don't want to turn public opinion against them. They're very close to a majority. They're going to have a majority in the Senate for about 17 days in January, and they would just love to get their committee chairmanships back in 2002. You know what? It'll be easier for them to do that if George Bush is president than if Al Gore is president. I'm not saying they want Bush to be president. Don't get me wrong. But they certainly know that if Bush is president, they stand a much better chance of regaining their majority in both the House and Senate.
Well, Vice President Al Gore's lawyers have vowed to fight on to go to the Florida Supreme Court, but let's look at hypotheticals. Is there a graceful exit so that one can be in good position in 2004 to run for president? How do you do that gracefully?
Well, I think the best possibility is if the courts clearly shut down any possibility of hand counting those remaining ballots that Gore once counted in Palm Beach County and in Miami-Dade. If the courts simply give him no opening to start counting those ballots, then I don't think he can possibly survive. I mean, he has nothing left to go on. He has said all along, and Democrats are standing with him on this, he believes he won Florida. That if you actually count the ballots, which is to say in legal terms, look at the evidence, it'll show that he won. But he can't get a court to say we're going to look at the ballots. And the court today said they wouldn't do it. If the Supreme Court of Florida says we're not going to let you look at the ballots, we're not going to count them, we're not going to turn them over to some counting mechanism, independent special master, the ballots are going to stay locked up. He has no alternative. Then I think he says, look, I think I won Florida, but for the good of the country, I have to get out of this race.
But then how do you factor in the case in Seminole County, which is a little bit different, brought by taxpayers? There's a hearing tomorrow afternoon and a trial beginning on Wednesday. In that case, there's a question whether 15,000 absentee ballots are thrown out. And most people believe that if the 15,000 absentee ballots are thrown out, that it will be Vice President Al Gore who's the winner in Florida. Is that good politically for him or not?
Well, it's a problem for him politically, and that's why he's not participating in that case, because what the courts would be saying is, we're going to toss out 15,000 ballots. And Gore has been saying all along, we have to count all the ballots. The core of his argument is, if you count everybody who voted, I won Florida. And here he's going to say, well, we really have to throw out 15,000 absentee ballots. No one is saying the voters in those cases perpetrated a fraud. The fraud was, they would argue, the Democrats would argue, was done by the Republican Party operatives who are allowed to go in and tamper with the absentee ballot applications. But what you're doing is essentially disfranchising a lot of voters. So he'd probably take it if the court threw those ballots out. That's the judgment of the court. But he doesn't want to participate in that activity.
And then, of course, he'd run into the Florida legislature, but that's all the time we have. My thanks to CNN political analyst Bill Schneider. Next, a little bit of Perry Mason comes to Tallahassee.
Sauls ruled against Gore's request for a manual recount in Florida State Court.
In this case, there is no credible statistical evidence and no other competent substantial evidence to establish by a preponderance a reasonable probability that the results of the statewide election in the state of Florida would be different from the result which has been certified by the State Elections Canvassing Commission.
Sauls also rejected the vice president's request to overturn Bush's certified statewide victory. The Gore camp promptly appealed.
We've always said, both sides, that this was ultimately going to go to the Florida Supreme Court. Now, when we go back to the Florida Supreme Court, there's going to be this additional issue.
This ruling came after the United States Supreme Court vacated the Florida High Court ruling that allowed manual recounts in selected counties. The Florida Supreme Court now has the opportunity to clarify its ruling to the nation's highest court. Meanwhile, the December 12th deadline for certifying Florida electors creeps closer, and time is running out for Al Gore. So is it time for the vice president to hang it up? Joining us from Washington, former White House special counsel Lanny Davis and former Justice Department official Victoria Tunzing. Good to have you both with us. Lanny, is it time for Gore to say goodbye?
Yes.
Sean just threw his voice into your body. I don't know how he did it.
Yes.
Go ahead, Lanny.
No, look, right from the beginning, I have said, and most of us on the Gore side have said, that this process needs to be played out through the court system under the rule of law. The appeal taken to the Florida Supreme Court is necessary to address some of the questions raised by the judge's decision today. If the Florida Supreme Court rules against us, then ask me the question.
Victoria, let me show you what George W. Bush said today about that very issue. Let's take a look.
That's a very difficult decision for anybody to make, and I understand that. I do believe I have won this election. I believe that I won on the first count and on the second count and on the third count. But the vice president's going to have to make the decisions that he thinks are necessary.
Victoria, he disagrees with his own running mate, Dick Cheney, who's called for Gore to concede. George W. Bush doesn't acknowledge it's time yet for that to happen.
Could I just jump in?
Let me, Victoria, please.
Sorry.
Yes. Sorry, I didn't hear the question.
Well, George W. Bush is saying it's not time for Gore to concede. He disagrees with his own running mate, Dick Cheney.
What he said.
Well, he doesn't disagree. For goodness sakes, he's being the gracious winner that he's going to be as president. So he's not going to call for it. That's not his role. It's a very good role for Dick Cheney.
Well, then why is it Dick Cheney's role to call for it?
I think Colin Powell today even said it's about time. A lot of people are now starting to say, do what's in the best interest of the country. I want to know from Lanny, because he said if the Supreme Court, the Florida Supreme Court, doesn't work out for Al Gore, then it is time to call it quits. And I assume that Lanny means then that the Gore campaign will not pursue the Seminole County attempt to throw out 15,000 votes, most of which, 10,000 of which, have nothing tainted about them whatsoever. And the only three, even by Democrat arguments.
Gore's not behind that suit, Lanny. Gore's not participated in that suit.
Yeah, no, that
but
actually
his backer is.
Lanny, go.
That was a decision made by the Gore legal team not to include that count. But let me get back to what Governor Bush
said. But he's a backer of Al Gore's. He contributed $50,000 to Al Gore.
All right, quick answer, Lanny. We got to roll on here. Let me get back to what George Bush said. He finally set the tone that I wanted him to set the night of the certification, where he didn't set a tone like that, and he angered a lot of Democrats. I think George Bush is a decent and gracious man, and if he keeps that tone, as opposed to Mr. Cheney's still dour and recriminating tone,
Lanny,
I think that George Bush had it right and Dick Cheney has it wrong.
Hey, Lanny, I'm going to be nice to you tonight. I know you had a very, very tough day. As a matter of fact, I'm going to put in a good word with the Bush transition team and tell them if they ever get in any trouble, there's probably no better spinster than... No, I'm only kidding, Lanny. Welcome back to the show. You know something that is concerning me? We'll just stay on what your point about being gracious. Joe Lieberman, Al Gore, Gephardt, Daschle, President Clinton, they've all made the statement publicly, and Al Gore himself, that if only the votes were counted. He's not mentioning select districts, Democratic canvassing boards with new criteria for what actually constitutes a vote. But if all the votes were counted, we all know that Al Gore would be the winner in this. And I think that these people know that they lost, and now is an effort out there to delegitimize the Bush presidency, which is now inevitable, Lanny. And that really bothers me.
I found the judge's decision today curious, which is why it should be appealed to the Supreme Court, that he hasn't allowed any votes to be counted. He hasn't looked at a single ballot, and then he holds a standard that we have to prove that there are enough votes that would make the difference. It's a kind of a circular argument.
But Lanny,
we do want the votes to be counted, and then we would be done with it.
But Lanny,
the reason you don't is that you think we would lose. That you
he looked to the law. Lanny, he looked to the law. This is a legal decision. He said, the judge said, he looked at Palm Beach County, and the canvassers there, the election board there, said that's what they did, and this was the decision they made, the standard that they used to count the votes. Wait a minute. He also looked to Dade County, and he said they decided not to count the votes, and they did not abuse their discretion. It's a legal standard. It's not a spin standard.
Hey, Lanny, one other point to that, because the judge also pointed out here, Lanny, it was well within their discretion. And I thought when the Supreme Court today, vacated the Florida Supreme Court decision, they could have been a lot harder in a very nice way. They said you can't legislate from the bench, which is what we conservatives have been saying.
That's not what the Supreme Court said at all.
That's exactly what. Listen, Lanny, you could read this any way you want. I mean, it's clear.
The decision of the Supreme Court today said that if the Florida Supreme Court was interpreting the statute as having been in conflict and not trying to use the constitutional right to trump the statute, that decision would be validated.
I'm going to send this tape to the Bush
exactly
people, Lanny.
What the Supreme
This
Court
is how good you are. I'm going to take this tape. I'm going to send it to George
Let me
Bush.
go back to.
We're going to take a quick break, and we'll give it. You haven't been offered a job yet by the Bush people yet, have you?
No.
All right. Well,
I'm under contract.
We'll pick up the debate in just a second. We'll show you what the Supreme Court said and debated. Later on, is it time for Vice President Gore to throw in the towel?
Yes.
Republican California Congressman David Dreyer, Fox News political analyst Juan Williams go head-to-head on that issue. And Christopher Darden and Gloria Allred, they're our cohorts on the new hit show Power of Attorney. So who better to battle over the ballots? Matt, stay with us on Hannity and Colmes.
Fox News Channel, Primetime Power. Neil Cavuto, Brit Hume, Shepard Smith. Powerful coverage. Wall Street, Washington, the world. Bill O'Reilly, Hannity and Colmes, Paula Zahn. Powerful insights, confronting the politics, the newsmakers, and the issues. Primetime Power, fair and balanced. Fox News Channel, the most powerful name in news. We report, you decide. Fox News Channel Daytime, the whole story in context. Facts presented fairly, the issues balanced, so you have the power to think for yourself. Fair and balanced, the most powerful name in news. Fox News Channel, we report, you decide.
胸騒ぎの夜、フォックスが待っている、エンターテインメントが待っている。Fox Tuesday。夜9時、貧しい子供たちにサンタはやってくるのか。スヌープス。夜10時。音楽界が患者たちに希望を与えるシカゴホープ。夜11時、厄介な被告に手を焼く弁護人ボストン弁護士ファイルザ・プラクティス。夜9時、ビデオカメラがはっきりと捉えた亡霊の姿エクストラオーディナリー。夜10時、恋人と娘をさらわれ怒りの炎が燃え上がるクリストファー・ランバート主演フォックスムービーロードランナー。夜9時、老人同士に恋が芽生えたシンプソンズは2本立て。夜10時、過去の過ちのために悪魔に肉体を狙われるバフィー恋する十字架。夜11時、2人の捜査官の出会い、全てはここから始まった X ファイル。胸騒ぎの夜、フォックスが待っている、エンターテインメントが待っている。スヌープス、シカゴホープ、ザ・プラクティス。エクストラオーディナリー、フォックスムービー、ロードランナー。シンプソンズ、バフィー恋する十字架、X ファイル。吹き抜けるハリウッドの風、今日本にもうフォックスしかない。
As we continue on Hannity and Colmes, and coming up, is it almost time to call George W. Bush president-elect? That debate coming up. Now we go back to our debate. Lanny Davis, Judge Saul's in refusing to order the manual recount. There's no credible statistical evidence, Lanny, that the results from a recount would alter the outcome of the election. No proof of anything illegal, dishonest, no gross negligence, improper influence, or fraud. Straight on down the line on every single solitary count, in spite of the absolute brilliance of David Boies. At least everyone's telling me how brilliant he is. They just weren't able to pull it off, Lanny.
Well, it's a surprising standard, and I'm anxious to see how the Supreme Court reviews. I think Judge Saul's did an impressive job, but he added a requirement that's almost circular. You have to prove that there are enough votes that would change the election, but he's not going to count the votes to see whether there are enough votes to change the election. That kind of circularity strikes me as you can never contest election because you can never meet that test.
Victoria, well, but I think the more important test was when the judge looked at what the individual counties did, and when the individual counties decided, as in Dade County, Miami, not to recount, and when in Palm Beach they decided to use, not the dimple pimple standard, the judge said they did not abuse their discretion.
Hey, Victoria,
you're not addressing Dade County.
Second, Lanny. Let me ask Victoria, do you agree with my assertion that there's an effort afoot here by Gore's supporters, including the vice president himself? They are all out there saying, if only we counted the dimples, changed the rules, changed the criteria after the game is played, we all know that Al Gore is the winner in this campaign.
Actually,
isn't there an effort here to delegitimize Bush as president? Politically speaking, they want to hurt him and wound him as much as possible. There's a certain mean-spiritedness creeping into all of this.
Yes, unfortunately, I see that going on now. That's going on right now.
Yeah, I agree.
Can I respond? Sean, you asked me a question, and let me just quickly respond.
That was actually from Victoria, but Lanny, you can answer.
I'm sorry.
Wait a minute. Lanny, you got to ask the first question and the second question. Then it was my turn. You know, the Democrats don't understand this.
No, I thought
we take turns
Lanny,
on this show. You know, the spin about this is terribly fascinating because we Republicans have not learned how to do it so well as the Democrats. For example, in the brief before the Supreme Court, the Gore people said that Bush sought a form of relief to which he could not possibly be entitled, vacating the opinion. And guess what? The Supreme Court vacated the opinion, and what do? Without even blinking an eye, without even turning a head or a nod, they come out and say, oh, this is just what we wanted. We wanted everything to be in Florida.
Let's everybody remember one fact. From day one, from Katherine Harris shutting down the vote to the tactics, the dilatory tactics, to the dilatory tactics of the lawyers in this case, there's been one objective that the George Bush folks have tried to achieve. Don't let the votes be counted.
Not true.
And that is the reason why I think all those tactics...
Hold on, Mr. Hannity, and hold on, Victoria. Let the liberals speak for a change. You know, they have tried to stop the vote from being counted. They tried to freeze the vote at what it was on November 7th. They fought every step of the way to get a recount, even though Al Gore was acting under law by doing it. And Victoria, you talk about setting up a poisonous atmosphere for the next president. Your side began by saying that Al Gore was trying to steal the election.
No.
I
decry
that
kind
of rhetoric. It's absolutely irresponsible.
That's another lie that has gone around the world.
Well, who said that?
That is not. I'm going to tell you who said it. It was a legislator. It was a Democrat legislator from Miami who was accusing the Republicans. And I have seen the film clip of that.
It was Al Gore that's been accused. You never heard a Republican say Al Gore's accusing him of the election?
Did Tom DeLay say that? Did Tom DeLay say that, Victoria, or am I? Excuse me?
Call Tom DeLay and ask him. And I also saw a false thing attributed to Dick Armey,
Victoria,
the Democrats.
You're in denial. That river in Egypt.
Tom DeLay said exactly that, Victoria.
Go get the film clip. Somebody from Fox.
Let me show you, Victoria. I want to put up on the screen. Hold on. Let me put up on the screen, Victoria, what the Supreme Court of Florida, the Supreme Court of the United States said today, and we may disagree about what it really means. It said, after reviewing the opinion of the Florida Supreme Court, we find that there is considerable uncertainty as to the precise grounds for the decision. Minnesota versus National T, it mentions that case. This is sufficient reason for us to decline at this time to review the federal questions asserted to be present. What they basically said is, give the Florida Supreme Court an opportunity to clarify its position.
No,
That's what it did.
You know what that was? That was a judicial, polite insult. And what they said to the Florida Supreme Court is, not only can you not write, you can't even tell us on which you base your opinion. I mean, for any lawyer to have written something, a brief, and for a judge to look at that lawyer and say, I have no idea on what you base your argument, that is an insult to that lawyer's capability, and that's exactly what the U.S. Supreme Court did with a smile.
Victoria, thank you for being with us. I agree with you 100%. By the way, Lanny, they counted the votes twice, Lanny, but I'm not going to go down that road. I know you're having a tough day.
Not in Dade County.
I know they did, actually. Thank you, Lanny. Appreciate it. Coming up next, is this the end of the line for Vice President Al Gore? Republican Congressman David Dreyer, Fox News political analyst Juan Williams. They'll debate it next. And then later, attorneys Chris Darden and Gloria Allred analyze the legal ramifications of today's Leon County District Court decision. We'll be right back. A lot more straight ahead.
Colmes and Alan Colmes coming up. Christopher Darden and Gloria Allred will debate the latest legal moves by both campaigns. Now we continue our look at the latest developments in the battle for the White House. We're joined by California Republican Congressman David Dreyer from National Public Radio and a Fox News political analyst, Juan Williams. Congressman Dreyer, it's been a tough day. 2 decisions, one by the U.S. Supreme Court, one by Sanders Sauls. The clock is running, so I wonder if you feel at this point, is it time for Bush to concede?
Allan, in your dreams, as you well know, that's not going to happen. And let me say that while I know Sean said just before we went on that he's his typical giddy self, the fact of the matter is, George Bush has learned from the edict of Winston Churchill in victory magnanimity. This has been a very tough time for everyone. It's obviously been toughest on Al Gore because Al Gore has in fact lost a hard-fought election. And we're ready to govern, and I believe that what Al Gore said last night on 60 Minutes, that we're going to see him support his president when he takes the oath of office and goes through that. Well, I admire and respect him for that.
I would love to hear George W. make a similar statement. Let me show you.
Allan, it's not necessary for him to make a similar statement because we know with the decision from Sanders Saul and the decision by the U.S. Supreme Court today to send this back to Florida on all counts, fairness has been the guide, the rule of law has been the guide, and in fact, George Bush is the winner.
You love to talk about the rule of law, which is exactly what Al Gore is following, the same course that I believe George W. would be following in similar circumstances. Let me show you what was said yesterday. I want to get your reaction to something, Congressman. This was said yesterday on Juan Williams' show, along with Tony Snow on Fox News Sunday. Here's what Mario Cuomo had to say. I'd like to get your reaction.
The court should count every single vote. If you don't, Tony, here's what's going to happen. You're going to sweep them under the rug. 6 months from now, a year from now, somebody with a Freedom of Information right, some organization, some good people, some good newspapers will analyze all the votes that you refused to look at because the Republicans wouldn't let you, because they delayed. And then maybe you discover that, my goodness, if only we had looked at the votes, we would have had a different result. Or you would discover Bush did win after all.
Okay, Governor, let me ask you.
It serves both people's purposes to know the truth.
Congressman Dreyer, that's a possible scenario, isn't it?
Well, Allan, the fact of the matter is every vote has been counted. You know that it's been counted. In fact, the votes in Florida have been counted more than my vote as a Californian. And the reason I threw out the word fairness is I think, as more than a few people have pointed out, should there be a hand recount of every single ballot cast in the United States of America? Elections are not perfect. We know that there are problems. But I'm very happy that there has been no instance of fraud, and Sanders Sauls pointed that out today, no instance of abuse, the kinds of things that we've seen in elections that have taken place back in 1960, the presidential election between Richard Nixon and John F. Kennedy, and of course in other parts of the world. I've just returned from Mexico, where I was privileged to represent this country along with a number of my colleagues for the inauguration of Vicente Fox. A very thrilling experience. They've finally gone from what most everyone acknowledged was a corrupt system when it came to the electoral process to a free and fair system there.
Like we're
and there's no
we
question
get rid of the
that corruption has been raised whatsoever here.
By the way, welcome both of you. Allan, thanks for playing that, because I want to prove that liberals have these talking points and they're all in the same message. This past weekend, James Carville was on the Capitol gang, and he says, we're going to have the wrong guy in the presidency because these votes are going to be counted under the Florida Sunshine Law. Isn't that what Cuomo just said? When they are, everybody knows Gore got the most votes. And so we're going to have the embarrassing prospect of having a president who's legally in office, but he really wasn't elected. When you saw the Ryder truck going and there was DNA in that truck, well, we know what the DNA evidence is. Let's go to Dick Gephardt. Somebody's going to go back and recounting those ballots under the Freedom of Information Act rules, and eventually we'll find out who actually won. I mean, this is now the talking point. So what they're suggesting is they'll get a liberal Gore supporter, go back and recount these ballots, change the criteria for what constitutes a vote, count all the dimples, and they'll tell the world Gore won, and nobody will believe them.
I'm afraid you're a little bit wrong there, Sean. The fact is, not only did the Miami Herald this weekend publish a statistical analysis that showed that Gore won the election based on their looking at if all the votes had been counted in all the counties, what the outcome would have been. Yeah. But it's also the case that Sanders saw in his own decision today, said there was voter error and inaccuracy in the results from Miami and Palm Beach County.
Juan, you know that in
Don't start screaming. Hey, will you listen for a second? Why are you screaming?
I'm not screaming. Hey, by the way, we're going to put up from the look, I know how to scream. Ask anybody who watches this show. I've had my moments.
Okay. All right, but how do you respond?
Though, that same article you referred to, the Miami Herald, you forgot to point out this fact, because they said the following: it's a hypothetical result derived from something that clearly doesn't exist, or Florida or anywhere else in the nation. And it also said that this whole study started with the assumption that every one of the 185,000 discarded ballots in Florida represented an intent to vote in the presidential race. It is so fundamentally flawed, that study. Nobody could cite that.
Sean, first of all, let me just say to you, so do you think that Sanders' Saul is also flawed when he says there was voter error and inaccuracy in Palm Beach and Dade counties?
Congressman
Sean, if you think about the campaign that took place in Florida, remember those telephone calls that came from Edward Asner saying that George Bush was going to eliminate Social Security and Medicare for seniors? The slash and burn campaign that Al Gore ran against George Bush, I'm sure frightened many seniors to the point where they went in and said, my gosh, Al Gore, he's running a nasty campaign, and good Lord, I don't want to vote for George Bush because that guy might cut my Social Security and Medicare.
By the way, the Miami Herald also said if you discounted 90% of those votes, Gore still would have won. We'll get back to our debate in just a moment. Coming up with the Florida ballot tally so close and Gore leading in the popular vote. Why should the vice president concede? Christopher Darden and Gloria Allred will duke it out. Stay with us. Lots of debate ahead on Hannity and Colmes.
Fox News Live, I'm Jane Skinner. Defiance tonight from the Gore camp after what could be a devastating legal setback. A Florida Circuit judge has decided not to allow a recount of disputed ballots from the presidential election.
The evidence does not establish any illegality, dishonesty, gross negligence, improper influence, coercion, or fraud. In conclusion, the court finds that the plaintiffs have failed to carry the requisite burden of proof, and judgment shall be, and hereby is entered, that plaintiffs shall take nothing by this action.
The decision puts more pressure on the vice president to concede the race, but no sign tonight he is planning to do so. George W. Bush, for his part, he's repeating his claim that he won the election, but the Texas governor stopped short of actually asking Gore to end his fight. Now, also today, the U.S. Supreme Court returned the recount case to Florida's Supreme Court, saying it needs more information before making its ruling. In the meantime, surgery tomorrow for former President George Bush. He will have his hip replaced at the Mayo Clinic in Minnesota. Mr. Bush is 76 years old. We will have another update for you coming up in just about 30 minutes or so, but stay with us because more of Hannity and Colmes is coming up next.
Left the campaign trail behind and headed into the courtroom. The next president of the United States will be decided by a series of judicial battles. To help us sort out who's winning and who's losing the legal game, we're joined by two stars of the syndicated television show Power of Attorney, hosted by our good friend Judge Napolitano, former Los Angeles prosecutor Christopher Darden, and attorney Gloria Allred. Nice to see both of you.
Thank you, Allan.
Gloria, welcome. Do you have any problems with what Judge Sanders Saul said today?
Well, yes, I do. And, you know, I also have problems with the Republicans treating this as though they're doing some kind of post-mortem now and the election's all over. They've been saying it's all over every day since the election day.
They said it back in October.
And it's not over yet because it's the Florida Supreme Court that's going to make the ultimate decision. As everybody knew that even before Judge Sauls made his decision. They're going to make the decision ultimately as to whether there's going to be a hand recount. And I think we should wait until that. Of course, it's also going to be interesting that in the United States Court of Appeals tomorrow, there's also going to be an argument about the hand recount. But I say, let's count every legally cast vote. It's time. It's past time. It's long overdue.
Right. Now, I know, Chris Darden, there are trouble. You know, we know that in every county in America, no election is perfect. However, if we can identify the problem, and if we know there are difficulties, if we know that machines aren't registering, if we know that there are undercounts, and we know that there's voter problems, why not, having identified the problem, go back and correct it?
Well, I don't know that we necessarily can go back and correct it. The fact of the matter is that a machine provides an objective process for counting ballots. It applies the same standard to each and every ballot. Are we going to go back and subjectively look at these ballots? Are we going to decide whether it's a slight dimple or a nipple or somewhat of a nipple? How are we going to determine what qualifies?
Well, except the person after person.
And how are we going to interpret
the people who make the machines,
intended?
Chris, the people who testified yesterday and over the weekend, and even in George W. Bush's Texas, it's unanimous. A hand recount is more accurate than a machine count. So when you have this kind of a question, a hand recount is a way to really determine what happened.
Well, what do you mean by more accurate? You mean subjectively, in your opinion, it may be more accurate?
No,
I think
not
it all
my
depends
opinion.
on the ballot, and I think that looking at different ballots and different indentations, different people can come to different conclusions.
Well, of course, there is a standard. Yes, there is a standard. The standard, as the Florida Supreme Court has articulated, is the intent of the voter. Determine the intent of the voter.
Gloria, the Florida Supreme Court has a problem articulating its views, apparently, at least according to the U.S.
Gloria,
Supreme Court.
let me assure you, Gloria, of one thing. You said the Florida Supreme Court, that they would be the ultimate arbiter in this case. Let me assure you that will under no circumstances be the case, that the Florida legislature or the U.S. Congress, I guarantee you, will have a say if, in fact, the biased Florida Supreme Court tries to give this in some way to Al Gore. But I want to go back to one other point here.
Well, you call
Florida
him biased,
Supreme
I
Court
don't.
on 2 occasions has passed on an opportunity to start another recount in Miami-Dade County. And your issue of let's count every vote, that's not what the Gore people are really asking for. The Gore people want 14,000 select ballots, quote, undervotes, even though Miami-Dade has a lower undervote percentage than the rest of Florida and the rest of the country. And they want to change the rules of what constitutes a vote. That's what you're looking for, an unfair system.
Well, actually, you're calling it a recount, and some of us have called it recounts. But in the case of thousands of these votes, they have never been counted. So
Gloria.
despite the fact that, no, wait a minute, because I don't count a machine spitting out a ballot and not registering it as a vote for any candidate
Gloria.
as a count. So this is not a recount. They're ballots that have not been counted.
Nationwide, we call them undervotes. Nationwide, the percentage is 1.9%. In Florida, it was 2.9%. In Miami-Dade, it was 1.6%, well below the national average of what is expected, because this may shock a lot of you people on the left, but there are actually people that go in and don't vote for president. It is well within the margin that is expected in an election like this. But what's scary about what you Democrats are supporting is the notion is not only are you going to count them as votes, but you're going to change the criteria of what constitutes a vote, and you stack the deck with Democratic-dominated canvassing boards. Gloria, that's what you want here.
No, this is not stacked, and this is not fair, because Judge Sauls did not even allow the votes that were counted for a candidate, but were counted after the deadline, to be admitted. This is the contest stage. I think there's a strong argument that it was mandatory that he allowed
the Democrats don't want a fair count. They don't want a fair count. They just want a count in which they
puts them
win.
ahead. That's right.
That's all that really matters.
Good point.
We're going to take a break in just a moment. We'll continue right after this. Stay with us on Hannity and Colmes.
Our party can truly feel that we have held the faith. That we shall do so in the future is our solemn responsibility of this hour. the Republican Party has ever been the party of constructive action. It will support the new administration in every measure which will promote public welfare. It must and will be vigilant in opposing those which are harmful. Further steps towards economic recovery is the most urgent problem before the entire world. And ceaseless effort must be directed to the restoration of confidence, the vanquishing of fear and of apprehension, and thus the release of the recuperative spirit of the world.
The United States faced one of the blackest periods in its history. It was in the grip of what is now referred to as the Great Depression. Millions of unemployed besieged the government for relief. A few rugged individualists with a little capital sold apples. And then on March 4th, 1933, Herbert Hoover was succeeded as chief executive by Franklin Roosevelt.
I, Franklin Delano Roosevelt, do solemnly swear that I will faithfully execute the office of President of the United States and will, to the best of my ability, preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States. So help me God.
And then came this call to action.
I shall ask the Congress for the one remaining instrument to meet the crisis. Broad executive power to wage a war against the emergency as great as the power that would be given to me if we were in fact invaded by a foreign foe. Let me assert my firm belief that the only thing we have to fear is fear itself. Nameless, unreasoning, unjustified terror, which paralyzes needed efforts to convert retreat into advance.
As we continue on Hannity and Colmes, I'm Sean Hannity. We're joined by former Los Angeles prosecutor Chris Darden and attorney Gloria Allred. Both are the stars of the new hit show Power of Attorney, starring our good friend Judge Napolitano. All right, Gloria, let's just remind everybody, Article 2, Section 1 of the U.S. Constitution, whenever a state has an election for the purpose of choosing electors and has failed to make a choice on the day prescribed by law, the electors may be appointed on a subsequent day in such a manner as the legislature of such a state may direct. I know there's been a lot of demonization going on about the Florida legislature if they go forward and do what is clearly their constitutional duty. I happened to find in Federalist Papers, Federalist 45, James Madison, quote, without the intervention of the state legislature, the President of the United States cannot be elected at all. They must in all cases have a great share of his appointment and will, perhaps, in most cases, of themselves determine it.
Well, are you
Isn't
saying
that the author of our Constitution for the main author?
Yeah, Sean, are you saying that the voters are irrelevant? That they didn't even need to conduct an election?
No, I'm saying that
they can just go ahead and be the elite and ignore the will of the people?
Hey,
Is
listen,
that what you're saying?
You forget one thing. Those are the democratically elected representatives of the people, and and who are beholden to the people. Unlike the Gore people would like to be anointed by a lot of left-wing jurists that legislate from the bench and wear black robes that have no accountability to the people.
So what was this, just a farce, just a charade on Election Day?
No,
Their votes really meant nothing because
well, if we want to talk about Election Day, if we go back and talk about Election Day, then you have to give the election to George W. Bush if we want to go back and talk about election.
That's right.
Thank you. Mr. Darden, Sean showed the U.S. Constitution. It's actually Title 3, Section 2 of the U.S. Code that says if the electors aren't chosen on Election Day, they were chosen. We're trying to figure out which ones were chosen, but a choice was made. Chris, you're an officer of the court as an attorney, and I keep hearing conservatives put down the judicial system, suggest that justices are somehow biased. Do you believe that?
Well, you know, I don't think that judges necessarily leave their politics at home.
Do you think they're above politics for the most part, though?
You do have 8 Democratic judges sitting on the bench in the Florida Supreme Court, and if I were a Republican in George Bush's position, I'd certainly be concerned.
I think it's 7, but who's counting? But what about, listen, if we're going to say that about the Florida Supreme Court, why should we then accept the United States Supreme Court as being anything other than leaning to the right with 2 appointees of the candidate's father, George Bush? If we're going to look at the Florida Supreme Court through that lens, why not look at the U.S. Supreme Court that way?
And I think that most people will look at the U.S. Supreme Court that way, should we find ourselves in a situation where they have to make the ultimate call in all of this.
Well, then why don't we agree to be above all that? Why don't we give the judicial branch their due? And why don't we stop trying to impugn the integrity of justices, regardless of whether they were appointed by Republicans or Democrats?
And that's what we do is we look.
Let me give Chris a chance to answer, and then Gloria can respond.
What we look for is we look for judicial credibility. We look at their opinions to see whether or not their opinions make sense, whether or not they followed the law as opposed to some form of judicial activism. The fact of the matter is that the Florida Supreme Court decided what the end would be, ignored the means, ignored the rule of law, ignored precedent, ignored federal statutes, and simply came to
we got to take a break. Hang on, Gloria. Hang on. When we come back, we'll delve into this because they have a history of judicial activism, and they wrote legislation from the bench. They didn't interpret the law, which is their role. We'll continue this on the other side of the break. Please stay tuned.
Fox News Channel, Primetime Power. Neil Cavuto, Brit Hume, Shepard Smith, powerful coverage. Wall Street, Washington, the world. Bill O'Reilly, Hannity and Colmes, Paula Zahn, powerful insights, confronting the politics, the newsmakers, and the issues. Primetime Power, fair and balanced. Fox News Channel, the most powerful name in news. We report, you decide. Fox News Channel Daytime, the whole story in context, facts presented fairly, the issues balanced, so you have the power to think for yourself. Fair and balanced, the most powerful name in news. Fox News Channel, we report, you decide.
Hey, kid, come on over here. I want to show you something. I want you to listen to me now, okay? Because you're going to get this red or else you're never going to make it. Now, if it goes over too much way this here, it's no good. If it falls over this way too much, it falls all over you. You got to make sure you got balance.
Balance?
All right.
エンターテインメントチャンネルといえば FOX しかない。華麗なトリックの裏側を仮面のマジシャンがついに全て公開。破られたマジシャンの掟、謎に包まれたストーリー、真実を知るのは今。 X ファイル特別版モアシークレットファイル。あまりにも無力な人間、追跡生死を分けた大暴風。生き残りをかけてかつてないバトルが繰り広げられるワールドレスリングフェデレーションスペシャルサバイバーシリーズ。救いを求める人を放ってはおけない危機一髪世界の救出劇。ニュース番組の裏側を描いたブロードキャストニュース。ドラマを超えた衝撃。ツインピークス劇場版。マイケル・キートン主演のマシンガン・ジョニー。12月も話題作続々 FOX ムービー。感動と興奮がここにある。本物のエンターテインメントはいつも FOX から。
Welcome back to Hannity and Colmes. I'm Allan Colmes. Gloria, what the Supreme Court in Florida needed to do was to clarify where there was discrepancy in the Florida Code. That is what they made clear. Where there were two different parts of the law that were at variance with each other, they had to interpret that. That's what a court does.
Exactly, Allan. That what they were doing was what's called garden variety statutory construction. In other words, where they're looking at two statutes that may appear to be conflicting, they try to reconcile them. They try to read them so that they are harmonious, so that they make sense, you know, without overturning them, but making sure that they are upheld and make sense wherever possible. That's all the Florida Supreme Court did. And this slam at the Florida Supreme Court, suggesting there may be political bias, is absolutely outrageous, and it's exactly what Justice Ginsburg was referring to when she said the Republicans have been impugning
Chris, the Florida Supreme Court at one point affirmed the right of Miami-Dade not to do a full recount And I didn't hear conservatives applauding the Florida Supreme Court for that decision that went against what the Gore team wanted.
Well, you know, I can't speak for conservatives, Allan. I'm not a conservative. But
I can. I'll take over.
I can assure you that once this case returns to the Florida Supreme Court, that they will, as best they possibly can, cement their opinion and their former conclusions that.
And would you agree that they'll likely do the right thing? Do you think the Florida Supreme Court will judiciously look at this without political bias?
Well, you know, I hope they will. But, you know, if they really wanted to do the right thing, they'd just tell Al Gore to, hey, concede.
Well, that's not the role of the court.
Concede the election. Well,
you know, the court should say to Al Gore, look, forget it.
Hey, Al Gore ought to say, look, forget it. Enough is enough. You know what? Let me tell you, on behalf of most Americans, let me just say this. We have had enough of this. Okay, we've had enough of this. We've had enough of Gore and Bush running to court after court after court after court, trying to win elections in the courts as opposed to winning the election at the ballot box.
This is not the United States Congress. No filibusters.
It is over.
It's not over, and he has every right to go to the Florida Supreme Court. In fact, I think he's got a duty on behalf of the millions of voters like myself who voted for him. We want him to go to the United States, to the Florida Supreme Court.
I never said I didn't vote.
Did you vote for him, Chris?
Let's have a final determination.
Wait a minute, Gloria, hang on a second. Chris, did you vote for him?
I don't have to say. I'm not Bill
You
Clinton.
don't have to say.
I know when not to answer a question.
All right.
I mean, I don't think I have to state my position.
You don't have to, but I mean,
to have a voice. I'm an American, and I'm tired of it. I think that the last 8 years and in the past 4 weeks, we've undermined the presidency enough already.
Well, I think they're trying to delegitimize at this point. I think that's their goal. Gloria, look. You have a bunch of left-wing ideologues in black robes in the Florida Supreme Court. I mean, I'm sorry, but they have a history of judicial activism. They weren't interpreting any law. They were legislating from the bench. And in a very nice and delicate way and respectful way, the Supreme Court said today, we're not going to let you do that. There's a Constitution. There's a constitutionally protected role for the Florida legislature as it relates to elections, and we're not going to allow you to circumvent that. That's what they said today.
I read the United States Supreme Court decision.
I read it too.
It didn't say anything like that.
Yes, it did.
All it did, and it did it very respectfully, and all it did was suggest that it needed more clarification of the reasons that the Florida Supreme Court decided what it decided. I think you're going to find that the Florida Supreme Court is going to say that it decided it based on Florida statute because that's what happened.
Of course, because they gave them an opening. All right, let me ask one other question, and I'll start with you, Chris Darden. David Boies, Gore's attorney, he cited the Illinois case as an example where they accepted these dimple chads. I know you're familiar with the controversy. And even went to the Broward County Canvassing Board. They changed their standards or criteria for what constitutes a vote based on what Boies told them about the Chicago case. It turned out to be false. He didn't go back and tell them that it was false. Is there a problem area for him there?
Well, I don't know that there will be a problem area, but lawyers have to be cautious when making representations to governmental bodies and before courts and judges. You can't misstate the truth, and generally one does have a duty to correct one's misstatements.
Gloria?
When they were made on the record.
Yeah, I think David Boies is one of the finest attorneys in America.
Yeah, he had a big track record today.
I'm so proud of all of the work that he has done. And you know, the United States Supreme Court decision was not a blow. Maybe it is from a public relations point of view, but it is not it is not the ultimate blow to the Gore campaign.
All right, we thank you both very much. Gloria, thank you. Chris, thank you.
It's over.
That's our show for tonight. Hannity and Colmes is over for tonight. Join us tomorrow. That's one thing that's over. Tomorrow night, more lively debate. We're joined by former Speaker of the House, Newt Gingrich, Congressman Henry Bonilla, Congresswoman Loretta Sanchez, and former Senator Dennis DeConcini. Thank you for watching us. Have a great night.
Tonight, Governor Bush victorious. It looks like there will not be a recount in Miami-Dade and Palm Beach, and the U.S. Supreme Court questions late certification. Could a Gore concession come at any time? Governor Bush's lead attorney will be here in about 90 seconds.
Good evening, everybody. I'm Jane Skinner. Nearly a month after Election Day, a crushing blow for Vice President Al Gore and his hope of moving into the White House. A circuit court judge in Florida, N. Sanders Sauls, says there will not be a recount of contested ballots. He says there's no evidence anything illegal took place. The judge adds that Gore's lawyers failed to prove that a hand recount would overturn George W. Bush's lead. Earlier today, the U.S. Supreme Court sent the recount case back to Florida's Supreme Court. The High Court wants the Florida court to provide more detail on its decision to order that recounted votes be added to each candidate's total. In the meantime, Florida lawmakers are still considering a special session to name their own presidential electors. The state's House and Senate are dominated by the GOP. Now, as for the candidates, Bush is in Austin and moving ahead with his transition. He says he won the election, but the Texas governor did not actually ask Gore to quit, saying that is a decision for Gore to make. There is no sign the vice president is considering such a decision at this point. Gore's lawyers have already appealed Judge Sanders' ruling to the state's Supreme Court. And stay with the Fox News channel for the latest on this Florida fight throughout the night tonight. We will have another update for you coming up at the bottom of the hour, just about 30 minutes or so. But stay with us because The Edge with Paula Zahn is coming up next. She'll have much more on Florida.
The evidence does not establish any illegality, dishonesty, gross negligence, improper influence, coercion, or fraud. In conclusion, the court finds that the plaintiffs have failed to carry the requisite burden of proof, and judgment shall be, and hereby is entered, that plaintiffs shall take nothing by this action.
And good evening, everyone. Thank you very much for being with us here tonight on The Edge. Welcome to a brand new week. I'm Paula Zahn. It has been another nail-biter of a day in the battle for the White House. Day 27 since you and I voted November 7th. And in case you missed any of it, the Bush camp is calling it a day of victories. Here's the latest for you tonight. As you just heard, in what may be his biggest defeat to date, the vice president's request for a recount of contested ballots in Palm Beach and Miami-Dade counties were denied by a Florida judge. In response, the Gore campaign has filed an appeal with the Florida Supreme Court. Now, earlier in the day, the U.S. Supreme Court also got the Florida Supreme Court back in the picture by asking it to clarify its ruling that allowed selective manual recounts. The Supreme Court's ruling places in doubt the gains Gore made after November 14th, the original deadline for certification set by Secretary of State Katherine Harris before the Florida State Supreme Court ordered her to accept updated results for several more days. In just a few moments, Barry Richard, the lead attorney for Governor Bush, will be here. But first, joining me now from Tallahassee is Fox News Channel's Jim Engel, who's going to try to make us understand everything I just said. Hi, Jim. How you doing tonight?
Hello, Paula. Well, Judge Sanders Sauls dealt a potentially fatal blow to the Gore campaign today. A potentially fatal blow unless some higher court reverses it. He knocked down every single Gore argument. Every one of them was rejected by the judge. And in the process, of course, he gave George W. Bush his clearest and most important legal victory so far in this long legal battle for the presidency. Now, the judge said today that there is no statistical evidence, no other substantial evidence that this election would be any different if he went back to a recount, and so he said he would order no recount. The Gore people, of course, had sought to get not only votes that had already been established in the recounts, but also to order a larger recount of all the contested ballots. The judge said no, that is not allowed for under Florida law, that there is not, that you cannot proceed with a partial manual count. Has to be a manual count of all ballots. He rejected every single argument by the Gore campaign. Now, it is difficult to, at the appeal level, to fight facts found by the lower court, but the Gore people have in fact already filed. They are already appealing this, and they will appeal on the grounds that the judge misinterpreted the law. They say that in a contest of the election, you cannot determine whether or not that contest is appropriate without counting ballots. That is the basis on which they will now go to the Florida Supreme Court and ask them to order a recount. And without a recount, Paula, Gore's chances are very, very slim. or actually his chances are none. His chances of getting a recount are very slim. He's got to get the Florida Supreme Court to act, and act soon, because even if they give him a favorable decision, there is very little time left to complete a recount before the December 12th deadline.
Jim, very quickly, is there any evidence tonight that these two decisions are costing Al Gore support right now among the Democratic leadership?
Well, there are fears that it will cost him support among the Democratic leadership and in the public. This has been the fear all along, that they had to demonstrate progress, that they had to keep some momentum going. This was a momentum killer today. The judge agreed with nothing that the Gore campaign had said, and the sense that one gets from that is that there is very little that Gore can do unless he gets a favorable opinion from the Supreme Court. They need momentum to keep the public behind him. And without any sort of public support, if that starts to fade, if Democrats start to come out and say, you're not only hurting the party, you're hurting your own chances 4 years from now, then at some point the Gore campaign will have to engage in what John Foster Dulles used to call an agonizing reappraisal.
All right,
Paula.
Jim Engel, thanks so much for that update. Now let's turn to Washington, where Fox News' Rita Cosby is standing by with more. Hi, Rita.
Hi, Paula. Well, the nation's highest court today set aside a ruling and sent the case back to the Florida Supreme Court. In a 7-page unsigned order, the U.S. Supreme Court asked the Florida court to clarify its reasons for extending the deadline to include hand-counted ballots in some Democratic counties in Florida. Now, the Florida Supreme Court said briefs were due from both sides tomorrow afternoon. In its order, the U.S. Supreme Court said, quote, specifically, we are unclear as to the extent to which the Florida Supreme Court saw the Florida Constitution as circumscribing the legislature's authority under Article 2, Section 1, Clause 2 of the U.S. Constitution. In other words, did the Florida Supreme Court base its decision on the Florida Constitution, which could be in violation of the U.S. Constitution, or did it base it on Florida statutes? In other words, is there a federal issue for the High Court to review at this time? Meantime, on day 27 of the closest presidential race in a century, Vice President Al Gore and running mate Joe Lieberman did work on their transition, though it looks less and less likely they'll have one at this time. Lieberman and campaign chairman William Daley called on Democrats on Capitol Hill to encourage them to remain steadfast and unified behind the vice president. Tomorrow, Gore sending Lieberman to rally Democratic lawmakers in person. So some of those efforts are stepping up, Paula.
All right, thanks so much for that report, Rita. And finally, let's head straight out to Austin, Texas, where Carl Cameron has been following the movements of the Bush camp. Hi, Carl. They must be pretty elated there tonight, are they?
Yeah, the relief and elation, really. Texas Governor George W. Bush obviously very pleased. He said he is comforted by the idea that the U.S. Supreme Court has made sure that this will be a fair and complete election. Obviously, the victory in Judge Saul's case, they think, has the potential to be a defining moment. The Bush campaign argues that if you look back over the last couple of days, there have actually been a whole series of decisions in various different courts across Florida that have all lent themselves to George W. Bush's cause, and that today really has the opportunity to be sort of the final few nails in the coffin. And though there are a couple more cards left for Al Gore to play in terms of appeals to the Supreme Court of Florida and potentially back to the U.S. Supreme Court, it's only now a matter of time. And a recurring theme from Governor Bush and his aides will be that what the vice president must do is put his own personal interests second to those of the nation's. He talked a little bit today as he had a brief, cordial meeting with the governor of Colorado. Here's how the governor put it.
The vice president's going to have to make the decisions that he thinks are necessary. And I know that he'll put the interests of the country will be important in his decision-making, just like it would be in mine.
Now, just the other day, the former Secretary of Defense, Bush's running mate Dick Cheney, suggested it was time for Al Gore to concede. Bush said he was not prepared to go that far himself. But in addition to rhetoric about it's time for the vice president to do what's in the nation's best interests, the governor is also pointing out that with the support of the U.S. Supreme Court and Judge Saul in siding in the Bush campaign's belief on the governor's behalf, it will add another air of legitimacy to all of this. In a sense, an attempt to inoculate the governor and his presumed victory on behalf of Republicans against any criticism from Democrats that in some way this hasn't been fair. The Bush campaign very excited about all this. But at the same time, Paula, trying, again, not to gloat. They want to appear humble, deliberate, as if to prepare for the president-elect status and the governor's readiness to govern.
All right, Carl Cameron, thank you very much for that update tonight. Coming up next, Barry Richard, the lead attorney for Governor Bush. He'll talk to us about today's rulings and what that might mean for his client. And a little bit later on, congressional chaos, regardless of who wins the presidency. Will the next 4 years be bitter ones on Capitol Hill? A debate coming up. Keep it right here on The Edge.
Power. 24 hours, 7 days. The most powerful name in news brings you the world. Fox News Channel, the power to bring you the people and places, from mega markets to emerging nations, reports that make a difference. Power to cover the events that shape the planet, the global forces changing your life. The power of Fox News Channel. News and information, fair and balanced. The most powerful name in news, Fox News Channel. We report, you decide.
胸騒ぎの夜、フォックスが待っている、エンターテインメントが待っている。夜9時、貧しい子供たちにサンタはやってくるのか。スヌープス。夜10時、音楽界が患者たちに希望を与える。シカゴホープ。夜11時、厄介な被告に手を焼く弁護人。ボストン弁護士ファイル。ザ・プラクティス。夜9時、ビデオカメラがはっきりと捉えた亡霊の姿。エクストラオーディナリー。夜10時、恋人と娘をさらわれ怒りの炎が燃え上がる。クリストファー・ランバート主演、フォックスムービー、ロードランナー。夜9時、老人同士に恋が芽生えた。シンプソンズは2本立て。夜10時、過去の過ちのために悪魔に肉体を狙われる。バフィー恋する十字架。夜11時、2人の捜査官の出会い。全てはここから始まった。 X ファイル。胸騒ぎの夜、フォックスが待っている。エンターテインメントが待っている。スヌープス、シカゴホープ、ザ・プラクティス。エクストラオーディナリー、フォックスムービー、ロードランナー。シンプソンズ、バフィー恋する十字架、 X ファイル。吹き抜けるハリウッドの風、今日本にもうフォックスしかない。
If matters are delayed, there is no doubt that is to our disadvantage because we want to get this done quickly. But there's no reason that this needs to delay things. We've always said, both sides, that this was ultimately going to go to the Florida Supreme Court. Now, when we go back to the Florida Supreme Court, there's going to be this additional issue.
And welcome back to The Edge. That was Gore lead attorney David Boies earlier reacting to today's ruling by Judge Sanders Sauls denying the Gore team a recount in Florida. Is it just about over for the vice president? Well, here to answer that question and many more from Tallahassee is Governor Bush's lead attorney, Barry Richard. Welcome back to The Edge. Mr. Richard, the way you see it this evening, is there any way Vice President Gore becomes our president-elect?
Well, I think he's got a difficult legal road, which is the area that I've been retained to handle. It's more difficult now than it was before because I believe that Judge Sauls wrote a very strong order, both on the facts and on the law, and the Gore legal team is going to have to find a way to overcome that, which is difficult.
So are you essentially telling me you believe that the judge's verdict is bulletproof?
Well, I don't think there's any such thing as bulletproof. We still have to persuade an appellate court, probably the Supreme Court, possibly the District Court of Appeal, that what Judge Sauls did was correct. Obviously, I believe it's correct. He did what I asked him to do in my closing argument last night, but I feel confident that what he did was well-reasoned and that we have an excellent chance of sustaining it on appeal.
Well, let me me ask you this. It seems from what we hear from Gore folks that what is going to be in that Gore appeal is basically many questions questioning the fairness of the contest phase of this whole process, basically saying, how could the judge come to this conclusion without counting any ballots? Why don't you think Judge Sauls counted any ballots or even looked at them?
Well, you don't count ballots just because, or count them again, just because somebody says to. Palm Beach County counted their ballots, and they were being asked to do it again. Miami-Dade County elected not to count their ballots, and the plaintiffs were asking Judge Sauls to force them to. You don't get those kinds of things just because you ask for it. We've got 64 counties in the state of Florida with hundreds of thousands of votes that were never manually counted. You have to go into court and prove a case. And in this instance, the plaintiffs, the Gore legal team, failed to prove a case, and that's why the judge ruled against them. Now what they're saying is, well, he should have looked at ballots. What Judge Sauls told them going into this proceeding was, I will look at ballots if you prove to me that there is a reasonable basis for my doing so.
And you don't think upon appeal that Mr. Boies could be any more convincing than he was earlier today?
Well, Mr. Boies is a convincing lawyer. I think that his case was not sufficient to convince Judge Sauls. And the question on appeal is whether the record that Judge Sauls had before him was indicated that Judge Sauls made the wrong decision, either on the facts or the law. And I believe that he made the right decision.
All right, Mr. Richard, I very quickly want to play a very short interplay that happened in the courtroom yesterday when one of your star witnesses was cross-examined. Let's listen in to Mr. Allman under questioning.
Sir, you made no qualifications when you answered my question and when you said that in closer elections, a hand recount is advisable, correct?
In very close elections, yes, sir.
What went through your mind when Mr. Allman answered the question that way?
That I had a witness who was being cross-examined, and that his answer, excuse me, would probably be interpreted in closing arguments by Mr. Boies as favorable to his case, and the manner in which I was going to have to deal with it. That's what trial lawyers do all the time.
So on a certain level, you're not thinking to yourself, oh my goodness, what has our star witness just done to us? We could potentially lose?
I have had cases where I thought that to myself, but this was not one of them.
All right, Barry Richard, thank you so much for joining us. I know you've had a very long day today in the courtroom. Appreciate your time. And coming up, the mood on Capitol Hill. Just how tense is it in the wake of the election deadlock, and how much animosity will there be once a candidate is recognized as president-elect? Congressman Asa Hutchinson and Alcee Hastings will tell us in just a moment. But next, what do today's legal decisions really mean? We'll break it down for you. Another debate right around the corner. Keep it right here on The Edge.
DC Stadium in Washington, here's that rare game that draws all the superstars together at one time, including sports-minded President Kennedy, looking as eager as the most avid fan. And the star of stars, Stan Musial in his 22nd All-Star game, breaking records with every appearance. Up is a pinch hitter in the 6th with a score 0-0. The man singles. The 41-year-old St. Louis Cardinal is easily the darling of the crowd, more than 45,000. Running for Musial, Maury Wills goes to second as the bat goes flying from Dick Groat. The Pittsburgh Pirate bangs out a single. And Wills of the Los Angeles Dodgers scores the first run of the game. Roberto Clemente follows his fellow Pirate and sends a drive to left field for a base hit. With 2 on, Willie Mays of the Giants faces Camilo Pascual. And there's a ball that forces Roger Maris back to deep, deep center field. Groat and Clemente both advance on the out. The record crowd at the brand new stadium sees a parade of baseball greats, one after another. Zepeda grounds out. Grote scores. The fans get a tense, tight ball game. For the American League, Billy Moran of the Angels in the 6th sends Rich Rollins of the Twins to 3rd. They trail 2-0. The Yanks' famed Roger Maris with 2 on blasts a missile that requires one of Willie the Wonder's cliffhanger catches. Almost a 3-run homer. The Fly scores 1 run. In the 8th, the crowd is thrilled by the speedy marvel Maury Wills, who rounds second on a hit by Davenport, hesitates to draw a throw behind him, and then flashes on to third base. The wondrous Wills then does an encore on a pop-up by Felipe Alou of the Giants. Leon Wagner of L.A. chases the fly. Fires the ball home, but Wills dashes in. The National League wins and now trails only 15 games to 16.
Welcome back. As we have been reporting, Team Gore suffered some setbacks today. First, when the U.S. Supreme Court bounced the case back to Florida for clarification, and then when Judge Sanders Sauls denied a recount in Miami-Dade and Palm Beach. Joining me now with some expert legal analysis of these events today, from Washington, Democratic attorney Richard Goodstein, and here in New York with me, former New Jersey Superior Court Justice, Fox News contributor, and the host of Power of Attorney, and soon he'll be writing a book, and I'll have to name that too, Andrew Napolitano. Welcome. Nice to have the two of you with us.
Thank you. Paula. Hi, Richard.
Very quickly, Mr. Judge here, how badly whacked did the Florida Supreme Court get today by the U.S. Supreme Court?
Well, in the legal community, this is a severe chastising for the Supreme Court of the United States to say to a state Supreme Court, we don't really understand why you did what you did, and you missed the 2 points that you should have addressed. So we're going to undo the order that you entered and send it back to you. And when we send it back to you, we want you to address these 2 points. One, where did your authority come from to change the election rules? Because it can only come from the legislature of Florida. If it came from the Florida State Constitution, it's void. And 2, did you take into account the federal law that says you can't change the rules for counting after 6 days before the election? Now, what will happen is the Gore team and the Bush team will submit briefs tomorrow at 3 o'clock. There may or may not be oral argument, and then the Supreme Court of Florida will write a new opinion after reading the briefs of both sides and after taking into account this admonition, this chastisement, if you will, that the U.S. Supreme Court gave it.
Well, that's what I want to ask you about, Richard. Talk a little bit about the psychology of having the U.S. Supreme Court do this to you. Try to put yourselves in the shoes of one of these Florida Supreme Court justices, and what would be going into your mind as you're trying to clarify some of these things that Andrew just pointed out?
Well, I actually think it's a gift to the Florida Supreme Court what the U.S. Supreme Court did. A gift in this respect.
I've never heard anybody call this verdict today
Here's
a
why.
gift, Richard.
They invited them to issue another opinion, and they told them what they're looking for in a way that, frankly, the Florida Supreme Court is perfectly capable of writing that opinion, because they did base their opinion on Florida law. And besides which, let's not get distracted here, which is that whatever the Florida Supreme Court says in that opinion is not going to make or break the contest action. The matter's already been certified, and the contest action proceeds. So let's not get distracted. This notion that somehow this was a win for the Bush camp is sort of loony. This really is not going to be, this is a chip shot for the Florida Supreme Court at this point.
Look, it's a win for the Bush camp because his margin of victory went in the stroke of a pen, in the closest race in American history, from 537 votes to 930 votes. So that's a win. It's a win for the Bush camp because the Supreme Court of the United States said there may very well be a federal issue here. David Boies is saying no federal issue, they'll never take the case. After they took the case, well, they took it, we don't know why, but they're never going to rule against us. So there may very well be a federal issue here. Be mindful, Supreme Court of Florida, of that federal statute which says you don't change the counting rules after 6 days prior to the election.
Well,
that's
again,
why it's a victory for Bush.
Yeah. Well, again, the margin issue doesn't really matter. If Gore's going to win on the contest action, he will succumb the margin whether it's 537 or 930. And this notion about changing the rules, again, I think the Florida Supreme Court dealt with that. The Florida rules clearly contemplate returns after a certified election, which is why they have fines. They don't say you can't turn them in. They just say you're going to be fined. So I think that's an issue that the Florida Supreme Court can easily handle. I still don't understand, Richard, how you're construing this as anything but a setback from the Gore team. We even have Democrats telling us tonight that combined with what happened in Judge Saul's courtroom may mean it's all over for Al Gore. Well, again, let's talk about what Judge Saul's did. They're two separate things. What Judge Saul's did was issue an order that was based in most respects on his interpretation of Florida law. All right, and he shot down every single one of the Gore team's arguments. Isn't that true? He did, but he did it based on his interpretation of Florida law. The Florida Supreme Court is perfectly capable of reversing him. Let's remember where we were on November 17th, when Judge Terry Lewis issued an opinion saying no hand recounts can proceed. Remember, the Bush people were crowing that that was the end of the line, and people were saying, that's it, why doesn't Al Gore throw in the towel? And what happened? The Florida Supreme Court said, Judge Lewis, you're wrong. Actually, the hand count can proceed, and there's no reason that the Florida Supreme Court can't say exactly the same thing right now.
Paula, let me tell you why I think this is almost a fatal blow for Al Gore, because the two decisions against him coming in one day, after 3.5 weeks of this, the American public has had enough. And I believe sincerely that the number of people who want him to concede is going to increase. That's going to put a lot of pressure on Democratic office holders who have to run for re-election in 2002 to say, Mr. Vice President, concede, because we can't take the heat anymore from our people. We're going to jump off your boat.
Judge, we've been hearing that for 4 weeks. And I understand there are some people out there who really don't wish Al Gore well. I don't necessarily put you in that camp.
But this is the Supreme Court of the United States, Richard, and the public will perceive this as, Al, your time has come and gone.
You've been saying that for 4 weeks.
Yeah, but don't you acknowledge, Richard, that it sounds a lot worse today than it did yesterday and his chances of potentially winning?
From a time standpoint, we've lost a few days it's going to take for a hand count to have proceeded today versus when it may proceed later.
All right, gentlemen, we're going to have to leave it there. Thank you very much for joining us tonight on The Edge. We will be right back.
There's nothing new going on in Washington. No new issues, scandals, or controversy, because Washington has always been a hotbed of egos, emotions, and intrigue. The only difference now is that the press and media are all over it, with more cameras and more reporters than ever before. But how can you be sure you're getting the whole story, fair and balanced? Well, watch the political fireworks here and catch the best show around.
Power. 24 hours, 7 days. The most powerful name in news brings you the world. Fox News Channel, the power to bring you the people and places, from mega markets to emerging nations. Reports that make a difference. Power to cover the events that shape the planet, the global forces changing your life. The power of Fox News Channel. News and information, fair and balanced. The most powerful name in news, Fox News Channel. We report, you decide.
Mother Nature takes her toll, raging against the elements. Fox News Channel is there, bringing you the updates. From the eye of the storms to the aftermath of destruction, make Fox News Channel your only source for complete and up-to-the-minute reports.
You Decide 2000, exclusively on the Fox News Channel. Powerful coverage from America's election headquarters. Brit Hume, Shepard Smith, Bill O'Reilly, Hannity and Colmes, Paula Zahn. Fair and balanced reporting from America's election team, giving you the power to decide. You Decide 2000, from the most powerful name in news, Fox News Channel. We report, you decide.
Channel V.
Channel V.
Channel V. Channel V.
Check it out now.
Channel V. 24時間 100% music. US, UK のトップヒット on air. Concert, music news, star 独占インタビュー and more. International music scene をそのまま catch.
What does the V stand for?
It's all about music.
Channel V.
News Live, I'm Jane Skinner. Two courts today delivering a double dose of bad news for Vice President Al Gore. Gore's chances of winning the White House are still alive, but as our Rick Leventhal reports, the Vice President is running out of time.
Lawyers for Al Gore have already appealed Judge Sanders Saul's ruling. Basically, it was automatic. They had the paperwork with them in court, just as they believe Bush's lawyers would have filed an immediate appeal if they had lost. But certainly the vice president suffering a double whammy today, and time is running out.
The evidence does not establish any illegality, dishonesty, gross negligence, improper influence, coercion, or fraud in the balloting and counting processes.
They won, we lost, we're appealing. This is going to be resolved by the Florida Supreme Court.
Many of the experts were saying, well, the Bush team has no chance to get their case heard by the Supreme Court. Not only was the case heard, but the Supreme Court acted.
Well, the state Supreme Court may consider Al Gore's appeal as early as Tuesday, and then we might have to wait for more briefs to be filed and more arguments to be heard and another big decision to be made. In Tallahassee, Rick Leventhal, Fox News.
We'll have another update coming up at the top of the hour, but stay tuned now for more of The Edge with Paula Zahn.
I do believe I have won this election. I believe that I won on the first count and on the second count and on the third count.
And welcome back to The Edge. Will Congress recognize either candidate as the legitimate president-elect once that it is decided? And are we headed for 4 years of deadlock? I'm joined now from Washington by Democratic Florida Congressman Alcee Hastings and Republican Congressman from Arkansas, Asa Hutchinson. Good to have the two of you with us tonight on The Edge. Thank you for joining us.
Good to be with you, Paula.
All right, Representative Hastings, give us some insights as to what is going on inside the Gore camp tonight as they have been hit with two blows from two separate courts today.
Well, first, I don't agree with you that there are two blows. I certainly think that there's one. Judge Saul's decision in the final analysis is a serious but not fatal blow. I think what the Gore camp is saying, and certainly what I am saying to them, is that we plow on to the appellate courts for the reason that the Supreme Court, for example, today changed nothing. At the level of the Florida Supreme Court. And it's the Florida Supreme Court where I think the ultimate action is. In addition, one of the other things that is being considered are the Seminole County cases and the Martin County cases. I said cases, I apologize. I meant the Seminole County case and the Martin County case. Those deal with absentee ballots, and I think that that looms as a significant case, totally unrelated to what Judge Saul's did today and totally unrelated to what the United States Supreme Court did
So are you telling me that is Al Gore's only hope right now? If someone can prove in some way that the altering of ballot applications compromised Democrats in the election?
I think it is a significant hope, but not the only one. Remember, the Florida Supreme Court is merely told by the United States Supreme Court to explain during the protest stage how you arrived at your decision. And I think the Florida Supreme Court is very capable of doing that. In addition, I think Judge Saul's opinion is one that the Florida Supreme Court has already contemplated in the earlier decision of Judge Terry Lewis. And the likelihood is strong that on certain aspects of Judge Saul's decision, the court could very well find that he overreached in his opinion today.
All right, let's give Representative Hutchinson a chance to respond to that. First of all, in an interview with Barry Richard earlier this evening, who is, of course, the key member of the Bush legal team, he said, of course, you know, nothing is bulletproof, but he has every reason to believe Mr. Gore is not going to get anywhere with this appeal. Mr. Hutchinson?
Well, it was a very strong statement by Judge Saul's today, both on the facts and the law, that affirmed the position of Governor Bush. It really rejected every position and argument that was made by Vice President Gore. It's going to be appealed to the Florida Supreme Court. I agree with Representative Hastings that the United States Supreme Court really did not alter the equation other than telling the Florida Supreme Court, we're here watching. And if you're going to make these overreaching decisions, make sure that they're well-founded and they're founded in federal law or constitutional law. I think also that what's important here is that we have a final result that the American people can accept and get behind. I think Judge Saul's opinion went a long ways today in giving the American people confidence that's needed in this election. And of course, I hope that the Florida Supreme Court will affirm that, not just in a partisan sense, but in a sense of giving everyone in America saying this is the result, it is final, it is a result we're going to live by.
But very quickly, Mr. Hutchinson, the Gore attorney said, how can the American public have any faith in this process when the judge didn't even bother to look at any of these ballots?
Well, I heard that point, and of course that's the whole issue of this case, that they didn't prove to the judge that these ballots ought to be looked at once again. And of course they're wanting to have a remedy, a result before they can prove their case. And the judge says you haven't proved your case. And so that's the reason they were not looked at once again by the judge, saying you have not proven a necessity to do that it would not impact the election, change the result, what happened was fair.
Well, what he obviously ignored is the fact that in Dade County, for example, where the count began, that there was, in fact, a 157-vote net that Al Gore had gained before they stopped counting, and they had only counted 0.1% of the precincts. And in Broward County, there are 537 votes that are net gain for Al Gore, and in Palm Beach County, there are 200 and some votes. So what I have to do is go back home, Paula, and say to my constituents, look, the votes that have been counted, never mind about the uncounted votes, don't count. And I don't think I can do that in good conscience, and I don't think my colleague, who is one of the more reasonable members of Congress and is my good friend, could go home and say to his constituents that your votes don't count because of hyper-technicality.
Okay, Representative Hutchinson, a very quick answer to that. How would you defend that to your constituents if you had to go home and tell them the same thing Congressman Hastings just said?
Well, Representative Hastings understands the issue here that we have to follow the law, and if the law says these votes did not meet the requirements of the law and should not be counted, then the Florida Supreme Court, if the Florida Supreme Court affirms that decision, I trust that Representative Hastings will support that and explain that in that way to the voters, and they'll accept it. So I hope that's the final result, and I think that will be the stamp that is needed on this election. I believe that will happen.
All right, Congressman, if you would stand by, we're going to have part 2 of our debate on the other side of the break. We'll be right back. Don't go away.
If making money were simple, we'd all be millionaires. Let's face it, money decisions are tough decisions. You need to know what's going on here and how it will affect your finances, your future, and your family. We cover the markets in plain English so that when the bell rings, you can understand what happened and decide what's right for you. We bring Wall Street to Main Street so maybe you can live on Easy Street.
Power. You want to make the right choices. We give you the power to decide for yourself. Power. 24 hours, 7 days a week. Nobody gives you more original live programming. The power of news to keep you up to date. Shows that go in depth. Issues in context. Topics that matter to you. The power of Fox News Channel. News and information, fair and balanced. The most powerful name in news. Fox News Channel. We report, you decide. Fox News Channel Daytime. The whole story in context. Facts presented fairly. The issues balanced, so you have the power to think for yourself. Fair and balanced. The most powerful name in news. Fox News Channel. We report, you decide.
No. You know, we agree on just one thing. A good argument's the best way to get to the core of an issue.
Wait a minute, I don't agree with that. A discussion's the best way. You have to explain, reason, justify your position.
Everybody on TV is discussing things, Alan. That's boring. If you want to find out what people really think, you need a good argument.
No, a discussion's better.
Argument.
A discussion.
We can agree on this. It's your turn to pick up the check today.
Well, I'll argue that one.
Alan, let's see if we can discuss this.
Channel V.
Channel V.
Channel V. Channel V.
Check it out now.
Channel V 24時間 100% ミュージック US UK のトップヒット On Air 関 concert, music news, star 独占インタビュー and more. International music scene をそのまま catch.
What does the V stand for?
It's all about music. Channel V.
Back. We continue now with Congressman Alcee Hastings and Asa Hutchinson. All right, Congressman Hutchinson, I'm going to start with you. Very early on in the interview, Mr. Hastings basically said that he thought Judge Saul's ruling was a serious but not a fatal blow. But he essentially said that the U.S. Supreme Court ruling didn't really change anything today. Now, let me ask you this. Do you think the U.S. Supreme Court used the ultimate escape hatch by coming up with this unanimous decision that it did?
Well, we're all speculating, but I think it was very important to them and the country that they come out with a united front that was a clear decision, that it was not a 5-4 decision. And so perhaps that was in the equation. They came out with a clear decision that did not do everything, obviously. It simply, but it did vacate the order of the Florida Supreme Court. That's the most significant thing about it, is that it set it aside. Now, obviously, the Florida Supreme Court could rewrite the language in a clear fashion. It goes back into effect, but it's a temporary setback. And again, the big thing is that it's telling the Florida Supreme Court, we're going to watch over your shoulder.
And that can't be a very good feeling, can it, Congressman Hastings? If you're sitting on the Florida Supreme Court, this is the biggest court case you've ever been involved with, and you got the Supreme Court, like you said, vacating an order and remanding it?
Yeah. What they did was they said, go back and tell us whether or not you made your decision based on Florida constitutional law and the election code, or did you use the United States Constitution in making your determination? I think the Florida Supreme Court can do that, and I agree with you, Paula, and with Asa, that doubtless it's going to be an uncomfortable position, but listen, that's what judges do, and so I don't anticipate anything less from the Florida Supreme Court than discharging their responsibilities in a manner of immediacy as demanded by the remand. But understand this, once they do make that decision, then I think to answer your ultimate question, was this the ultimate escape hatch? What the United States Supreme Court obviously did was say, look, we can't get a 9-0, a 7-2, a 5-4, or a 6-3. What do we agree upon? And what they agreed upon was that they didn't understand what Florida had done. That's the only thing they could get a per curiam opinion on, and that's why you don't see the division. And in that regard, they did us proud.
All right, so Congressman Hutchinson, these Florida Supreme Court justices are supposed to be looking at the law, but what is the psychological impact? These are human beings, after all, of what happened today.
Well, I would think the psychology is one, you've got a very strong opinion that had enormous respect from Judge Saul, so that's coming up from the bottom to the Florida Supreme Court. At the same time, they're being squeezed from the top from the United States Supreme Court with a decision saying your last decision was a little bit muddled. It looks to us like you overreached a little bit. Let's rethink this a little bit. And so
that's got to have some kind of impact on your thinking, right? That's what you're telling me.
I think the message is, yeah, absolutely, to be careful and not to overreach and to follow the law very carefully. So I think that they have to give the greatest deference to Judge Saul's opinion, and they have to show an abuse of discretion that he determined the facts wrong in this case before they can reverse him. And Alcee and I were talking that it's possible they might find one little area there, but I think overwhelmingly they will be able to support, and they cannot reverse what Judge Saul's did.
All right, Congressman Hastings, earlier on you mentioned that the Gore camp might hold some hope for what comes out of Seminole County. They haven't joined in that suit, but obviously if that suit is won by Gore supporters, it helps them. Do you think that's what this is all hinging on? And if that doesn't happen, is it all over for Al Gore?
No, I think the Gore lawyers have disassociated themselves with the Seminole and Martin County cases totally, and their advice to him over the objections of some of us, I might add, was that you should not involve yourself with those cases. So there's no link to Gore with those cases.
That is true, but it will help them, though, will it not, if that Al Gore supporter ends up winning that case?
If either of those cases, if the facts are as they are reported, they will definitely help Al Gore, because the only remedy would be to impact the absentee ballots. You don't have enough time, Paul, and I apologize to you, for me to explain all of those dynamics. But yes, it would help him. But I do agree with you that if he loses in the appellate court, the Florida Supreme Court, and if those two cases are not cases that ultimately helped him, then I'll be the lead person to call Al Gore and say it's time to go home.
All right, one quick thought for Congressman Hutchinson. When are we going to have a president-elect?
Soon, I hope. Okay. And we'll be together behind him.
We've been saying that a month, Ace.
I think the American public's beginning to say that, gentlemen. Thank you both for joining us tonight with your interesting perspectives. Coming up next, we're going to have spin control and expert analysis. Keep it right here on The Edge. We'll be right back.
Come first to Fox News for breaking news, exclusive stories that impact the world, unique, timely interviews that shape our nation. First on the scene with breaking news, continuous coverage from over 70 bureaus around the globe.
We're the only ones here who still have live pictures out.
Reporters, anchors, and correspondents that are first, fair, balanced, powerful insight, powerful perspective, powerful news. Come first to Fox News for breaking news.
Remember him? He was such a jerk.
A complete jerk, but so cute.
So wrong.
Yeah, but
everybody told you.
I know, but I didn't want to hear it.
You listen to me.
That's different. I trust you. When you tell me something, I know it's the truth.
Well, in that case, trust me. That was one ugly dress.
Opinions. I have them, you have them. In fact, on any given subject, there are as many opinions as seats in this theater. And that's good, people speaking out, sharing ideas. But opinions are not the same as facts, and you should know the difference. And that's why at the Fox News Channel, we label all opinions right on your TV screen. And that should help you form your own opinion, so you can decide what's right and what's wrong.
Presents 邪悪な魔力と戦うために選ばれた一人の戦士フォックスが放つニュータイプのエンターテインメントキュートでクールなスーパーヒロインお待たせバフィー恋する十字架彼女は高校生彼女は恋する少女彼女はヴァンパイアスレイヤー
I'm Sarah Michelle Gellar Buffy the Vampire Slayer
かわいいセクシーですねハリウッド映画界の新星サラ・ミッシェル・ゲラーミュージッククリップにも登場
ほらあった
ネット上でもファンが熱狂世界のメディアが注目圧倒すごいクールバフィー恋する十字架ヴァンパイアと戦うことが彼女の使命
運命だったね
信じますね
信じますよ
運命の人がいたらいいな見てほしいです
頭がぶっ飛ぶのが愛
君とは戦わない切ない恋の行方はフォックスが放つニュータイプのエンターテインメントキュートでクールなスーパーヒロインバフィー恋する十字架毎週木曜夜10時宿命の対決か運命の恋かOnly on Fox.
The court reviewed all the facts, listened to all the arguments, considered all the evidence, and concluded that Florida's votes were cast and counted fairly and properly.
And welcome back to The Edge. That was Bush spokesperson Karen Hughes from earlier today. What is next in this battle? Well, joining me all to put it into Joining me to put it all into perspective, there we go, Democratic strategist Peter Fenn, presidential historian and history department chair at American University, Allan Lichtman, and Republican strategist and editor of Human Events, Terry Jeffrey. Good to see you all with us tonight. Thank you for dropping by The Edge. All right, Peter, I'm going to give you the chance to spin here. How much trouble is the vice president in tonight?
Well, I'll tell you, Paula, I'm not popping any champagne corks down here tonight. I will tell you, though, that this election season has had more twists and turns than a Perry Mason show. And
Thank you for your candor. You got that right.
I don't think we've seen the end of this yet. There's the Martin County, Seminole County suits. You know, the whole question really here is whether the Supreme Court will overturn this lower court on counting these ballots. I mean, the stories over the weekend about the ballots, if they were counted by the Miami Herald, a 23,000 vote lead would benefit Vice President Gore. You know, the 340,000 vote lead he's got nationally in the count. I mean, everybody, you know, does not want history to record here that we elected the wrong guy. And I think that's going to be the big question in the next 10 days.
Well, Terry Jeffrey, what about that? We know that the Freedom of Information Act is going to allow for a lot of people to dig into that information once the president-elect becomes our president-elect. Are you concerned about that perhaps George W. Bush becomes the president-elect and someone gets that information and after the fact we find out, wow, Vice President did win by X number of votes in Florida?
Well, Paul, I have no doubt that some liberal academic or some liberal news organization is going to try and do that. But I think in the cold light of history, when the partisan interests have faded and people look back at this case that Vice President Gore's lawyers put forth in this court in Tallahassee over the weekend, they'll see the utter absurdity of it. After all, what the vice president's case was that people were not able to punch through ballots in southern Florida either because A, so many Chad had built up in the machine that they couldn't do it, or B, the rubber in the machines had hardened and made it impossible for them to do it. But rather than, that's a demonstrable fact. If that theory was true, you could go get the ballot box in Miami-Dade County, you could have brought them to the court, they could have been unsealed before the judge, we could have seen these millions of Chad that had blocked them, a chemist could have checked the rubber and proved the vice president's case. But instead of doing that, they brought in this political scientist who had no idea what was going on with these ballot boxes in Dade County. His testimony was totally destroyed, and appropriately, the judge ruled that on every factual matter, the vice president hadn't carried his case, and on the law, the case went to Governor Bush.
But Allan Lichtman, maybe you could put this into perspective, because by the same token, we know that the Republican star witness actually said under cross-examination that perhaps a hand recount is advisable, particularly in a very close election. So what is the American public supposed to think of all this?
Well, I think the American public is really just very tired of all this. You know, Al Gore has got to be saying with the Duke of Wellington, there is nothing half so melancholy as a battle lost, save perhaps for a battle won. He won that big battle in the Florida Supreme Court, and everything since then has been a setback. The folks in Palm Beach took a day off and didn't finish. Miami-Dade didn't even try to count, and quite frankly, the witnesses weren't all that strong for Al Gore. It's a little bit pitiful when your best witness seems to be the guy on the other side. Here's the problem for Al Gore. He's like Diogenes with a lamp looking for an honest man. He's looking for a win. He's got to get a win, and he's got to get a win very soon. I think it's going to be very difficult for the Florida Supreme Court to overturn this case because it is based so heavily on factual findings by the judge. They can do what they want. It's going to be tough to overturn. I think, indeed, his last best hope may be the absentee ballot cases. The problem there, Paula, though, if the facts are true, there does seem to be a violation, but what's the remedy? Throwing out all the absentee ballots in Martin and Seminole County because you can't trace the ones that were from the fruit of the tampered absentee ballot requests. That's a huge thing for a judge to do. I think we may know where we stand for the presidency by the end of this week.
The arguments in that case start tomorrow, and we're going to be bringing those proceedings to you live. Gentlemen, if you would, hold your thoughts. We're going to be back on the other side of the break. Do not go away.
No. You know, we agree on just one thing. A good argument's the best way to get to the core of an issue.
Wait a minute, I don't agree with that. A discussion's the best way. You have to explain, reason, justify your position.
Everybody on TV is discussing things, Alan. That's boring. If you want to find out what people really think, you need a good argument.
No, a discussion's better.
An argument.
A discussion.
We can agree on this. It's your turn to pick up the check today.
Well, I'll argue that one.
Alan, let's see if we can discuss this.
Fox News Channel, Primetime Power. Neil Coluto, Brit Hume, Shepard Smith. Powerful coverage. Wall Street, Washington, the world. Bill O'Reilly, Hannity and Colmes, Paula Zahn. Powerful insights, confronting the politics, the newsmakers, and the issues. Primetime Power, fair and balanced. Fox News Channel, the most powerful name in news. We report, you decide.
Presents 科学分析クローバー危険人物関与目撃証言消去
だが真実はそこにある X ファイル on Fox さあスカリー行くぞ2人の FBI 捜査官が挑む世界の裏側の巨大な謎
I think that we've succeeded in doing that first and foremost. It's become a lot of other things, but I think it is a scary show.
X ファイル全米のメジャーなテレビショーを連続受賞
The X-Files is really caught on because I think people around the world have to be scared.
X ファイルその魅力は今も世界中にファンを生み出し続ける
X ファイルよくできてますよねもっと続けて来週はどんな話なんだろう見ればハマる
テレビ史上真実が知りたいかつてない
答えを見つけて
進化し続ける最高傑作真実はそこにある目撃者はあなた X ファイル毎週月曜夜10時 Only on Fox
And welcome back. We continue now with Peter Fenn, Alan Lichtman, and Terry Jeffrey. All right, Peter, quick question for you. David Boies, Mr. Gore's lead attorney, indicated today, they won, we lost, we're appealing. This is going to be resolved by the Florida Supreme Court, and I think this will be the end of the matter. Do you really believe that?
I do, actually. I think once you get Martin done, Seminole done, and the Supreme Court of Florida, that will be the end in one sense. But, you know, a good historian like Alan Lichtman is going to make sure that these ballots get counted. And unlike what Terry Jeffrey said, they'll be counted a dimple for Gore, a dimple for Bush, one corner of the chat out for Gore, one corner of the chat out for Bush, and people will make the decision in the future who won Florida and who really lost it. And my hope is that it isn't different. I don't think George Bush wants to be a president who really lost the election in history.
Well,
I don't believe it.
Terry, let me ask you this. The Democrats have made some very harsh comments about Judge Sauls today and basically saying, you know, that they couldn't even properly contest the election because he never even bothered to review the ballots. Should he have?
But that wasn't the argument that David Boies and his lieutenants made here, Paula. We saw their case. I watched it live on this network all day Saturday and Sunday. Their argument was, just as I said, that people could not punch these ballots through because there was chat buildup and the rubber had deteriorated. Those
okay,
are
but
provable
forget those
facts,
arguments, though.
Right.
But don't you think the American public might have thought it would have been fair if perhaps, since these were entered into evidence, that he might have looked at them?
No, Paul, I've used the analogy of a football game. We're going to have a national championship game coming up here about January 1st. If one team kicks a field goal at the end of the game, wins 30-28, then 2 weeks after the game's over, a group of referees, all alumni of the other school, get together and say, you know what, we're going to score field goals as 1 point now instead of 3, change the score retroactively to 28-24, and award the national championship to the losing team. Everybody knows that's unfair and un-American. That's what Vice President Gore was asking Judge Sauls.
Alan Lichtman, does that will that analogy endure?
No, I don't think the analogy will endure. Look, I think the people believe that Al Gore did fight fair. He may lose this, but I don't think that analogy is going to endure. I think the most critical setback for Al Gore did come when Miami-Dade folded its tent. So here's my headline for this election. Remember the old story, Rome burns as Nero fiddles, Gore loses as Miami-Dade diddles.
Peter Fenn, you want to add to that?
With dimples.
With dimples. And Chad Rowe, which you offered us the other
Chad Rowe,
evening.
yes, right.
All right, Terry Jeffer, your prediction on when we're going to have a president-elect.
As soon as Gore concedes, and I believe right after the Supreme Court refuses to hear or review Saul's case, that'll be it.
Peter Fenn, what do you think of that timeline?
Well, I still, you know, this Martin case, which we haven't talked a lot about, is very interesting, and so is the Seminole one. So we'll have to wait Seminole in more than one sense, I guess.
Will Florida make its deadline, December 12th, Allan Lichtman?
I think it'll be at the 12th.
Yeah.
But 12th is my birthday,
think it'll be
Paula.
all done.
They've got to decide by my birthday.
By your birthday?
The 12th of December.
You're looking at this very selfishly. We're all looking for maybe a little bit later on. You know, everybody wants to be home for the holidays. Gentlemen, thank you.
At least it's not the 12th of never.
Yeah, exactly. Right. Thanks so much for your time, and thank you all for watching at home. We'll be back again tomorrow night. Good night.
The O'Reilly Factor is on tonight. Say hello to President Bush. Both the Florida court and the Supreme Court of the United States have ruled that the original machine vote count should stand. We'll have reaction to the key ruling from all over the country. And we'll go to the Bush and Gore camps to see what these men will do now. Also, liberal Hollywood in an uproar over the prospect of a Bush presidency. Caution, we're about to enter a no-spin zone. Factor begins in 90 seconds.
Hello, everyone. I'm Carol Iavana. A major setback for Vice President Gore, one that could be the final blow to his White House hopes. Circuit Court Judge N. Sanders Sauls ruled that there will not be a recount of votes. He says there is no evidence anything illegal took place on Election Day. The judge adds Gore failed to prove that a hand recount of contested ballots would overturn George W. Bush's Florida lead. Earlier today, the U.S. Supreme Court sent the recount case back to Florida's Supreme Court. The High Court wants the Florida court to provide more detail on its decision to extend the deadline of the recount. Meantime, Florida lawmakers are still considering a special session to name their own presidential electors. The state's House and Senate are dominated by the GOP. As for the candidates, George W. Bush is in Austin and moving ahead with his transition. But the Gore team is not giving up. It's appealing Judge Sanders' decision to the state's Supreme Court. Stay with Fox News for the latest on the Florida fight throughout the evening. Meantime, surgery tomorrow for former President George Bush. He'll have his hip replaced at the Mayo Clinic in Minnesota. The elder Bush is 76 years old. Our next update is at the bottom of the hour. Stay tuned now for the O'Reilly Factor with much more on today's decisions. Next.
Hi, I'm Bill O'Reilly. Thank you for watching us tonight. If ever you needed a no-spin zone, this is the time. The presidential situation is the subject of this evening's Talking Points memo. Let's dispense with the legal mumbo-jumbo, okay? George W. Bush will be the 43rd President of the United States. The Factor was fortunate enough to call this one correctly 3 weeks ago, and here's why. There was simply no legal reason to recount the votes in Florida, period. That's it. As the judge in Leon County ruled, there was no illegality in the voting. Yes, some of the ballots may have been confusing. Yes, some people may have made mistakes, but that happens everywhere. So it would be unfair to hand recount the votes in certain counties and not hand recount the votes in every American county. Basic fairness is what America is all about. This election cannot be overturned by lawyers seeking loopholes. That was the U.S. Supreme Court's ruling, that the Florida Supreme Court, which sanctioned an extension of the original vote, did not have a law to back up that decision. The federal judges asked the Florida court to explain its decision and cite a law backing it up. Since we can't find any law permitting an extension of the vote after the fact unless there's fraud or machine breakdown, the Florida judges are now up against it. Now, to be fair to Mr. Gore, it's entirely possible that in a perfect election, he might have won. But there is no such thing as a perfect election. The stuff that happened in Florida also happens all over the USA, and you can't cherry-pick Democratic districts to make your case. That is unfair to all Americans. So Governor Bush will be the next president because election rules have to stand. Change them before the next national vote if you want, but not after the fact in this one. What I believe the federal judges understand is that the vote discrepancies balance out. And here's something to think about. In 1960, most historians believe that the Republicans won the White House. But because of mysterious voting patterns in Chicago and West Virginia, John Kennedy was elected. As I said,
elections and voting patterns always balance out. That's a memo. Now for the top story tonight, reaction to the day's events. First with us from Washington, two congressmen who are also attorneys, Republican Lindsey Graham of South Carolina and Democrat Brad Sherman from California. Congressman Sherman, we'll let you start because it looks like Al Gore is all through. Would you agree?
Well, with two Republicans and one Democrat on this program, I think
more propaganda. I got to stop you with the spin. You know I'm an independent.
If you're an independent, I'd rather you were a Republican. You clearly have called this against democracy and against Al Gore from the very beginning. Now, we have our one good shot, and that's with the Florida Supreme Court when it takes up this appeal. It's clear that if the votes are counted, we'll have a legitimate president. If you stop counting votes, if you prevent over 10,000 people, many of whom expressed a preference for president from having their votes counted, that would be a terrible decision from the Florida Supreme Court and terrible for America.
Now, Congressman, if you really believe that I'm against democracy, then you would have to believe that the Supreme Court of the United States is against democracy and the judge in Leon County is against democracy. Are we all fascists?
Well, the U.S. Supreme Court came up with an opinion that, frankly, was a pro-Al Gore opinion disguised.
Wait, no spin zone. No spin zone. They said there's no law to back up the Florida Supreme Court.
They did not say that. I've got the opinion right here. They send it back to the Florida Supreme Court, and if the Florida Supreme Court simply interprets statute, or
they have to cite a law, Congressman. The Florida Supreme Court has to cite a law, and the Supreme Court of the United States says, you know, Florida guys.
Bill, are you an attorney?
I am not.
Well, I've read the opinion. I am an attorney, although I'm certainly not a constitutional scholar. And this opinion, it would be very easy and expected for the Florida Supreme Court to simply indicate that it made its decision based on its statutory interpretation.
They would have to point to the specific statute that the U.S. Supreme Court cannot find. Now, let's go over to another attorney.
Hardly. This is
all right, wait a minute, Congressman. You made your point. Let's see if Lindsey Graham has a point that he'd like to make. Go ahead.
Well, you got to remember, you get what you pay for when you ask two lawyers for free, so just take that for what it's worth, Bill.
More homespun stuff. I love that homespun humor.
Well, but the legal and political fronts for the vice president are collapsing big time today. To use the Dick Cheney word here, but let me tell you what I thought the the U.S. Supreme Court was saying. They were saying that your opinion seems to be looking to the Florida Constitution, and the U.S. Constitution gives the right to pick the electors to the legislature. I think they can write around that. I think they can say that basically they were interpreting two statutes that were in confusion, a 7-day period and a manual recount statute, and you couldn't reconcile both. But here's where the U.S. Supreme Court has put the Florida Supreme Court in a box. The other question they want the Florida Supreme Court to address, Bill, is tell us how changing the deadline does not violate the 1878 statute saying you got to have the laws in place at the time of the election. I do believe that they can't write around that, and at the end of the day, the U.S. Supreme Court is going to say the Florida Supreme Court violated a federal statute that prevents just what happened here.
Yeah, but to be clear,
if I can comment on that,
I'm going to let you, Congressman Sherman, in a minute. But to be clear, because the audience they're not attorneys either. The law says you can't change election procedure after the vote. And that is what the Florida Supreme Court is going to have to. They're going to have to cite a law that says yes, we can. Right, Congressman Sherman, or am I out in left field?
Well, you're wrong in a couple of respects. First, I was there at the Supreme Court hearing, and all of the justices who spoke on this, including Rehnquist, made it clear that a violation of Section 5 could cause Congress to view the Electoral College votes of Florida differently, but that it is not something that Florida can't do if Florida wants to do it. Section 5 is not a law of mandate. It is a safe harbor. It says that if Florida complies with it, as I believe it would if the Supreme Court of Florida ruled our way, but if Florida complies with it, then its Electoral College votes are entitled to special deference from the United States Congress.
Now I have a headache, and I'm sure all the audience does. We all have throbbing headaches.
If you had sat through the U.S.
Right, and then if I had done that, sure. Wait a minute, but if I had sat through the Supreme Court thing, I'd have a migraine headache. Now it's just a regular headache right here. It's starting to creep down. But look,
can I give you an aspirin?
It's way beyond that, Congressman. Okay. What I want to do is get out of the legalese for a minute, because what we've learned today is that the Leon County judge says no hand recount, not necessary under Florida law, and the U.S. Supreme Court says, look, if we're going to have any after-the-fact voting, Florida Supreme Court, you're going to have to cite a law that says we need that. So let's take a break, and I want to get both of your opinions on what Al Gore should do now and what else you think might happen the rest of the week. So we'll get out of the law books, take a deep breath, and more with Congressman in a moment. And then one of Al Gore's biggest supporters, now president of NOW, Patricia, will give us her reaction. We'll be right back.
If making money were simple, we'd all be millionaires. Let's face it, money decisions are tough decisions. You need to know what's going on here and how it will affect your finances, your future, and your family. We cover the markets in plain English so that when the bell rings, you can understand what happened and decide what's right for you. We bring Wall Street to Main Street so maybe you can live on Easy Street.
Fox News Channel Daytime. You want to make the right choices. We give you the power to decide for yourself. Fair and balanced. The most powerful name in news. Fox News Channel. We report, you decide.
胸騒ぎの夜、FOX が待っている。エンターテインメントが待っている。Fox Tuesday。夜9時、貧しい子供たちにサンタはやってくるのか。スヌープス。夜10時。音楽界が患者たちに希望を与えるシカゴホープ。夜11時、厄介な被告に手を焼く弁護人ボストン弁護士ファイルザ・プラクティス。夜9時、ビデオカメラがはっきりと捉えた亡霊の姿エクストラオーディナリー。夜10時、恋人と娘をさらわれ怒りの炎が燃え上がるクリストファー・ランバート主演フォックスムービーロードランナー。夜9時、老人同士に恋が芽生えたシンプソンズは2本立て。夜10時、過去の過ちのために悪魔に肉体を狙われるバフィー恋する十字架。夜11時、2人の捜査官の出会い。全てはここから始まった X ファイル。胸騒ぎの夜、FOX が待っている。エンターテインメントが待っている。スヌープス、シカゴホープ、ザ・プラクティス。エクストラオーディナリー、フォックスムービー、ロードランナー。シンプソンズ、バフィー恋する十字架、X ファイル。吹き抜けるハリウッドの風、今日本にもうFOXしかない。
Continuing now with our election coverage on this very important evening, we're talking with Congressman Lindsey Graham from South Carolina and Brad Sherman from California. Both men are attorneys. But I want to turn away now, Congressman, from the legalistic stuff and ask you, Congressman Sherman, first, what you would advise Al Gore to do right now.
I'd advise him to do exactly what he is going to do, and that is to take the case to the Florida Supreme Court. All roads lead to the Florida Supreme Court. There's one case coming down to the Florida Supreme Court, another case going up. And yes, we would have to win them both to win this, to get a chance to count the ballots. But I think we will win them both.
All right. Now, if he does that, he runs the risk of hurting not only himself, because I think perceptions will change tomorrow. You saw the stock market today rally like crazy when they thought the Supreme Court had overturned the decision in total. Then it went back down. But I think the American people are going to say, look, we've had the rulings. It's not going Al Gore's way. It's time for him to get out. That's just psychology. So he runs the risk of hurting himself and the Democratic Party, does he not?
Not at all. If we Democrats stand for anything, it's democracy. We stand for the ballots being counted. And it's up to Al Gore and it's up to us to do everything possible to have those ballots counted.
I mean, you don't believe there's going to be backlash against Al Gore if he drags this thing out any further? Come on. on.
Drags it out any further? Since when? When we went to Valley Forge, nobody said to General Washington, you're dragging out this war. You're fighting too hard for democracy. When are you going to concede?
Bill?
And I don't think
wait a minute,
that Al Gore should be any less dedicated to democracy than George Washington.
All right. So I don't know if there were any chads or hanging ballots at Valley Forge, but we'll investigate it. Go ahead, Congressman.
Graham, South Carolina.
I don't. No, come on. Now, stop making fun of me, Congressman.
No, I like your program a lot. For Bill Clinton and Al Gore to wrap themselves in the flag and compare themselves to George Washington's a bit of stretch, I think. Here's what happened today. The contest went bad for Al Gore. It's over, Bill. The Florida Supreme Court is not going to overrule this judge. There is no way to get there from here. But if he continues to press the case and puts the country in doubt any longer, he does hurt himself in the Democratic Party. This guy has been wanting to win the presidency for all of his adult life, and it's hard to lose. But sometimes character has to be determined by how you handle losing.
Congressman Sherman, and you know him well, and he's an honorable man. He disagrees with you 100%. He says that the American people will accept an elongation of the process in hopes that democracy, as he puts it, is carried out to the full extent of the law. He doesn't see it. How can he be so wrong?
Well, I'm not impugning him, my colleague here. What I'm is saying that Al Gore is hurting the country now. He wants to win too badly. Who does that sound like? How much do we have to put this country through before we can get a fresh start from these two guys? We've had a ruling. It was a slam dunk in Leon County. Judge Sauls today said there's no way. There's no voter fraud here. People do make mistakes. The Supreme Court of the United States is saying you can't get there from here, Florida Supreme Court. When are we going to give it up and start this administration of Governor Bush on a high note? Al Gore says all the right things, but his actions are all the wrong things.
All right.
Bill, we need to be healed as a nation, and to draw this thing out further is going to divide us even more.
Now, Congressman Sherman,
let it go.
How could Congressman Graham be so wrong in what he's saying, because it's exactly the opposite of what you're saying? How could he be so misguided?
Well, I don't think he's necessarily misguided, but if you're going to heal the country, it has to be around the concept of democracy. If Governor Bush had simply declared that he's willing to have a hand recount, whether it be of all the counties or whether it be of the particular counties, either way, then whoever became president would do so become president of a united America.
You think Al Gore would have done that if he were leading by 930 votes? You think he would have gone in there and said, you know, let's have a whole hand recount just to make sure? Come on, he wouldn't have done that. Who's ever leading is gonna hide behind the law, and he had the law on his side, Governor Bush.
Well, let me tell you this.
I would have to think that the vast majority of us in the Democratic Party would have insisted on democracy.
Well, you know,
and I don't know how we would have
What is democracy? Is democracy recounting do you win? Is that what democracy is? Democracy is following the rule of law, something Bill Clinton had a hard time with, and we're distorting the rule of law. The Florida Supreme Court distorted the rule of law, written by the people elected by the folks in Florida.
All right.
And this has got to come to an end.
Congressman Graham, let me give Congressman Sherman the last word. I think you're taking it already, but you go right. We got about 20 seconds, Congressman. Go ahead.
In Seminole County and in Martin County, Republican operatives committed felonies.
Allegedly, Congressman, you're a lawyer. Come on.
Allegedly committed felonies, and that case will come up in a couple of days. But I'm not sure that case should be decisive here because the remedy is too
By that
extreme.
time, Al Gore, and this is a prediction, will be in Acapulco locking lips with Tipper. But we appreciate you guys very much. Thank you.
They need eviction papers if he's not.
All right. Directly ahead, the president of the National Organization for Women is angry about the election. We'll talk to her in a moment.
Fox News Channel, Primetime Power. Neil Cavuto, Brit Hume, Shepard Smith. Powerful coverage. Wall Street, Washington, the world. Bill O'Reilly, Hannity and Colmes, Paula Zahn. Powerful insights, confronting the politics, the newsmakers, and the issues. Primetime Power, fair and balanced. Fox News Channel, the most powerful name in news. We report, you decide.
Movietone brings you exciting action highlights of high spots in sports for 1948. The Grand National at Aintree. 43 starters taking the jumps. The jumps taking some of the starters along a 4.5-mile way studded with 30 hazardous leaps and dotted with spectacular spills and daring brushes with disaster. At Santa Anita, harness racers get away in the Pomona Pace, and the gated performers stride along in the usual fashion. But tragedy stalks the course, and Movietone's cameraman records one of the most dramatic shots of all time, catching Jerry Kirby as he collapses at the reins, a 62-year-old pilot who'll never drive again. An empty seat and a bewildered horse. The Kentucky Derby. And they're off, the country's classiest 3-year-olds in a 1.25-mile test of top thoroughbreds starting at present Coal Town, setting a blistering pace. But as the field moves along into the far turn, a horse named Citation begins to move, catches his stablemate, and under Eddie Arcaro's urging takes it all in the run for the roses. Together they took the Triple Crown. Successor to Man o' War, that's Citation.
Decide 2000, exclusively on the Fox News Channel. Powerful coverage from America's election headquarters. John Scott, Bridget Quinn, David Asman, Linda Vester, Shepard Smith, Neil Cavuto. Fair and balanced reporting from America's election team, giving you the power to decide. You Decide 2000, from the most powerful name in news, Fox News Channel. We report, you decide.
Channel B.
Channel B. Channel B.
Channel B.
Check it out now. Channel B. 24時間 100% music. US, UK のトップヒット on air. Concert, music news, star 独占インタビュー and more. International music scene をそのまま catch. What does the V stand for? Channel B.
In the personal story segment tonight, the president of the National Organization for Women, Patricia, is kind of steamed about the election. She joins us now from Washington. Well, right off the bat, Ms. Ireland, your reaction to today's events?
Well, I just hate to start out agreeing with your assessment, but I think we may be talking about the second President Bush. We're looking forward at this point, for instance, to pressing the Florida legislature and perhaps Congress, especially when the Democrats are in charge of the Senate for that brief 17 or 16-day period, perhaps to hold some hearings to see if we can't use this momentum to improve the voting system, get some better machines.
But it's all over. I mean, don't waste your time trying to overturn the election because it's not going to happen. It's going to be President Bush, and you might butter him up a little because maybe he can, or you can come to some kind of accommodation for him. Now, I was reading your articles in the last couple of weeks, and there was a gulf between men and women. I mean, obviously, more men voted for President Bush and more women voted for Al Gore. Why?
Well, I think it's around the issues pretty much exclusively, and that is something that perhaps President Bush will want to consider as he looks at wanting to be reelected and not be the second
what does he have to do?
Bush.
What does he have to do to make you and other women more friendly to him?
Well, certainly we'll want to hold him to govern as he ran, and that is as a moderate, not as someone who plays to the extreme parts of his party, whether it is on the anti-abortion rights issue or on issues of education or issues of health. I think certainly Social Security and Medicare, everyone agrees there has to be something done, and how he plays that out will be very telling.
All right, so you don't sound like you're mad or bitter or cursing or you don't sound that way. You sound like you've come to an accommodation that he's going to be the next president and that you're going to give him, at least go in with an open mind.
Well, listen, I have run for too many airplanes thinking I was going to miss them. In fact, I did that on Election Day after I cast my vote in Miami-Dade County and thought I was going to miss my plane and made it at the last minute, not to think that there's still going to be an ongoing fight right up until the time
No, there isn't. It's over. But that's interesting. Did you have trouble voting, Miss Ireland, in Miami-Dade? Were you confused by the ballot?
I was not confused, but I was very distressed to hearing the hearing in Leon County. The inventor or the patent holder on the machines say that they had to be cleaned often to work.
Yeah, but wait, you weren't confused, right? You popped Gore right in there and banged him out.
Let me just say that I don't know if mine was one of those votes that was rejected by the machine.
I do, though.
It was
Ms. Ireland, we tracked it down. You had a clean shot. Bang.
I don't function well in the morning. And so I tried, Lord knows I tried.
Oh, come on, stop the nonsense. You went in, you voted, you went home, you knew who you voted for, and it was no problem. This whole thing's been bogus, has it not been?
That whole machine was jammed up with old chads.
Oh, come on.
Not only from municipal elections and federal and state elections, but from labor using the machines even, and they hadn't cleaned them in 8 years.
Yeah, when I went in, there was a ghost in my thing. When I put that curtain by, and I was frightened, and I automatically hit Ralph Nader. There's a ghost made me do it. Come on, this is all baloney. I'm glad we're past this.
I don't think so.
I know you don't, but it is.
I think there was a lot of disenfranchisement. I think there was a fair amount of corruption, as there is in every election. And I think this may be a chance
you
to
just
undo
admitted
some of that.
There is in every election.
Absolutely.
Nothing's perfect.
Absolutely.
But you can't be cherry picking 4 counties and ramming it down the throats of people in Idaho. It's not right. I have no problem with Al Gore, by the way, trying. Okay, I'm not. A lot of other people are angry at him. I'm not. He's got to go now, though. Would you agree?
Well,
for the good of the country, Miss Ireland.
I think that the country was well served by his comment yesterday saying that if Bush is inaugurated on January 20th, it will be his president, America's president.
Got to go tomorrow. Tuesday, he's got to go. You have to call him and you have to go, Al, I'm your biggest supporter, but you got to go for the good of the stock market, for the good of the country's image overseas, for the good of the election, to uphold the court standing. He has got to go, right?
Well, you know the cynical part that says we may be heading for a downturn in the economy, and it may be.
Well, it might happen, but let's get Big Al out of there so we can have the economy at least run on the principles of economics rather than the Chad principle, okay? Isn't that fair? Isn't that fair?
Well, and let's leave the poor behind. I think that's probably what we'll see. We'll see a continuing widening of the wage gap and the wealth gap.
All right, well, look, you can always move to Cuba where everybody's the same and everybody's poor. You can always go there. They'd love to have you, Miss Ireland. You know that. But I'll give you the last word.
I think it's probably true, but it's warmer in Miami than it is here, and yet the politics are a little closer to being tolerable. So I'll go home to Miami when I finish here.
All right, Miss Ireland. We appreciate your time as always. Thank you very much.
Good to talk to you.
Plenty more ahead as The Factor moves ahead this evening. We will whip around the country for reaction from the candidates and other notables, and we hope you stay tuned as The Factor continues for you.
Fox News Channel, powerful all day. John Scott, Bridget Quinn, David Asman, bringing the world to you, making the issues clearer. Powerful hour to hour. Linda Vester, Shepard Smith, Neil Cavuto. Breaking stories, aggressive coverage. Powerful all day, fair and balanced. Fox News Channel, the most powerful name in news. We report, you decide.
Remember him? He was such a jerk.
A complete jerk, but so cute.
So wrong.
Yeah, but
everybody told you.
I know, but I didn't want to hear it.
You listen to me.
That's different. I trust you. When you tell me something, I know it's the truth.
Well, in that case, trust me. That was one ugly dress.
Hey, kid, come on over here. I want to show you something. I want you to listen to me now, okay? Because you got to get this right or else you're never going to make it. Now, if it goes over too much way this here, it's no good. If it falls over this way too much, it falls all over you. You got to make sure you got balance.
Balance?
All right.
Channel
V.
Channel V.
Channel V.
Check it out now.
Channel V 24時間 100% ミュージック US、UK のトップヒット on air Concert, music news, star 独占インタビュー and more International music scene をそのまま catch
What does the V stand for?
Channel V
Continuing our election coverage on this very important evening. With us now is Abner Greene, who teaches law at Fordham University. Professor, anything surprise you today?
The Leon County decision didn't surprise me. Maybe the vehemence of it did. I mean, Judge Sauls ruled from A to Z against Gore. I was expecting maybe A to L or M. The U.S. Supreme Court was a little surprising in exactly what they said, but the fact that they were looking for a way to just get rid of it was not all that surprising.
You know, as I said in the Talking Points memo at the beginning of the program, I cut through all illegal mumbo-jumbo because, number one, I can't stand it, and I still believe that the audience...
I'm a law professor. I've got to do legal.
Yeah, you have to, but, you know, the audience gets a headache with it. They really do. But when it comes right down, this is about fairness. That's what I believe it's about. It's about fairness. And that if you allowed the lawyers to... And it was very clever what the Gore people did. There was no question.
What do you think about the Florida statutes about protests and contests? Should those be followed?
Well, I basically believe that the law of you don't hand recount unless there's something wrong with the machine, breaks down,
Well,
or
actually,
there's
the
fraud.
Florida Supreme Court said that wasn't the correct
That's what the
reading of
Florida
statute.
Supreme Court said, but
Right.
not the judge in Leon County. You see, and I believe the Florida Supreme Court was politicized. So let's take the judge from Leon County who really put the final stake in
Judge
Al
Lewis.
Gore's heart.
Oh, the one today, Judge
yes,
Sauls. Yeah,
right.
yeah.
He put this final stake in Al Gore's
Probably,
heart by saying, listen, there was no need for the hand recount because that's the way our system is. We have voting machines.
Yeah.
They worked.
You know, David Boies made what I thought was a clever argument, but I agree with you, it'll probably fail. What Boies said was, you know, all we need to do is point to some ballots that the machine rejected, kicked out as recording no vote, and if we can point to those ballots, we should get them counted during the contest phase. That's sort of the core
But that's
of
baloney.
Boies' argument.
That's baloney because you have to do it everywhere. If you did it down there, you got to do it everywhere. And you said something very insightful. David Boies made a clever argument.
I think it was pretty clever, but he'll probably lose it.
I don't want this election settled by clever arguments on high-priced attorneys. Call me crazy. I don't want that to happen. I want the election to be settled by the American people obeying the rules of the election.
I actually will I'll sort of go with you halfway on this. I think that the laws pretty clearly allowed the recounts up until the contest phase. You know, that was going on a few weeks ago. And the day that Miami-Dade said, we're stopping, was the day that I knew the election was over for Gore. I mean, that was the
How did you know that?
That was the key moment, because it was clear he wasn't going to get enough votes out of Palm Beach and Broward. And Dade, it was a possibility. We didn't know. And that seemed to be the moment when things turned against him.
But you know originally Dade didn't want to recount, and that the DNC threatened to sue them to recount.
Dade and Broward actually both went back and forth on the recount issue, in part because of the advice they were given from Secretary of State Harris on this is the machine broken issue. And, you know, Attorney General Butterworth said it's a different standard.
No, you know, one of my old students I taught at Pace High School in Miami is on the election commission in Dade County.
Is that right?
Yeah. And I mean, we sent reporters down there. Not one person in Dade County said there was any malfunction in the machines.
Right. I mean, the alternative explanation that Attorney General Butterworth said was if you do that 1% recount and you show some discrepancy from the machine count, that counts as an error in the vote tabulation.
But this is crazy.
No, actually,
because you have to do it everywhere.
See, I think you
have to do it
could split
everywhere
the difference with me on this, though. That is, you could even agree with Butterworth on that and still get the victory, because I'll tell you why.
But I don't want to.
Miami-Dade had discretion.
Professor, you're doing what all lawyers do. All right?
I know, I behave like a lawyer.
Like this. You know, let's go over here and we'll get this.
I can't help it.
That's why people hate lawyers, number one, because they're not interested in fairness. You're interested in winning. And this isn't about
under the law.
Under the law that you can squeeze and tie and drape over somebody's head. That's not right. The law is designed to be fair. The machines are non-biased. If they don't break down, forget it.
Well, you know what? I'll tell you a few things that I agree with you on. The law in Florida needs to be changed. The law in Florida needs to say if you're going to get a manual recount, you need to get it uniformly across the state. Now, the law doesn't say that right now.
Number one.
It doesn't say that, and Gore had that going to him.
We only have a minute, and I don't care what Florida does. They want to change their law, more power to them.
Right.
You want to make a uniform voting machine, I'm for it. But I am glad this happened, not because I want George W. Bush in the White House. I don't care. All right? I'm glad because this is the most fair thing. I'll give you the last word.
Well, I think the Florida Supreme Court will probably affirm Judge Soules. And,
of course they will.
And Gore will probably lose there. And on this remand from the U.S. Supreme Court, that'll become irrelevant.
Right. All right,
Yeah.
President Bush, thank you very much, Professor. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
And next, we'll take you around the country for reaction. And then actor Andrew Shue on how Hollywood is handling the situation. Hint, not well. We'll be right back.
Hello, everyone. I'm Carol Iavana. This message tonight from the Gore camp: they won, we lost, we're appealing. The reaction comes to a Florida Circuit judge's decision not to allow a recount of disputed ballots from the presidential election.
The evidence does not establish any illegality, dishonesty, gross negligence, improper influence, coercion, or fraud. In conclusion, the court finds that the plaintiffs have failed to carry the requisite burden of proof, and judgment shall be, and hereby is entered, that plaintiffs shall take nothing by this action.
Despite the growing pressure for him to call it quits, there is no sign tonight that Vice President Al Gore is planning to do so. George W. Bush is repeating his claim that he won the election, but the Texas governor stopped short of actually asking Gore to throw in the towel. Stay with Fox for the latest from Florida throughout the night. And on Wall Street, a mixed day for stocks. The Dow had a great day, rocketing 187 points, but technology stocks keep sliding. The Nasdaq lost 29. Our next update is at the top of the hour. Stay tuned now for more of the O'Reilly Factor coming your way right after the break. More on the decisions today.
Fox News Channel, powerful all day. John Scott, Bridget Quinn, David Asman, bringing the world to you, making the issues clearer. Powerful hour to hour. Linda Vester, Shepard Smith, Neil Cavuto. Breaking stories, aggressive coverage. Powerful all day, fair and balanced. Fox News Channel, the most powerful name in news. We report, you decide.
There's nothing new going on in Washington. No new issues, scandals, or controversy, because Washington has always been a hotbed of egos, emotions, and intrigue. The only difference now is that the press and media are all over it, with more cameras and more reporters than ever before. But how can you be sure you're getting the whole story, fair and balanced? Well, watch the political fireworks here and catch the best show around.
Decide 2000, exclusively on the Fox News Channel. Powerful coverage from America's election headquarters. John Scott, Bridget Quinn, David Asman, Linda Vester, Shepard Smith, Neil Cavuto. Fair and balanced reporting from America's election team, giving you the power to decide. You decide 2000 from the most powerful name in news, Fox News Channel. We report, you decide.
Channel V.
Channel V. Channel V.
Channel V.
Check it out now.
Channel V 24時間 100% ミュージック US、UK のトップヒット on air Concert Music News スター独占インタビュー and more International Music Scene をそのまま catch
What does the V stand for?
Channel V
Continuing now with our election coverage, we're going to go to Jim Angle first in Tallahassee, Florida. Jim, of course, keeping an eye on the Gore campaign. So, what struck you in this very important news day, Jim?
Well, it's very simple, Bill. Gore cannot win without recounts, and the judge said no recounts. Gore's legal options are now dwindling. He has one slim chance. He has to get a favorable decision from the Florida Supreme Court. It will be difficult to overturn this because the judge determined a lot of facts, and the higher courts tend to rule on law, not on facts. It's going to be very difficult, and as they look at this tonight, they have to see that their legal options have dwindled to very, very few, and it looks bleak for them.
Now,
they have to now be thinking it's almost over.
Right, that was my next question. If he hangs on another couple of days in the face of this, he's going to be doing personal damage to himself. Agreed?
Well, that's possible. I mean, obviously, there are some Republicans here who were saying, look, we expected him to appeal. He has a right to appeal.
He's got to get out
tomorrow. He thinks he's still got votes out there. But at some point, and as soon as you get a decision from the Florida Supreme Court, you will know whether or not he has any options at all.
Well, he's got the Seminole County thing, too. But I'm thinking psychologically for himself. You know, he appeals to the Florida Supreme Court. They're going to uphold a Leon County court judge. I'm positive after the slap they got from the U.S. Supreme Court tonight. They don't want to go through that. They don't want to be embarrassed.
No, and once he determines he's going to lose, he does not want to ruin his chances 4 years from now.
Right, but he does if I think he does if he appeals to the Florida Supreme Court. I feel he damages himself if he takes it a step further. I think if he packs it in tomorrow, which I think he might, then he might escape with some dignity. If he doesn't, I think the damage is going to be there.
I think that's what their concerns are tonight. Do we have any options left? And when do we decide that it's not worth it to try to continue?
Right. I think he's out tomorrow. Okay, Jim, we appreciate it very much. Now let's whip on over to Carl Cameron, who's in Austin, Texas, covering the Bush campaign. And do you agree, first of all, with my assessment that if Al Gore stays in past tomorrow, he's going to inflict damage on himself, Carl?
Well, I can tell you that the Bush campaign has already got sort of a new line here, and that is that it's time for the vice president to put the nation's interest above his own personal interest, which is designed to put pressure on him to get out and get out fast.
Right.
You know, throughout the entire campaign, the Bush campaign was sort of defined as sometimes overwhelmingly overconfident. And throughout this recount process, a lot of folks have said, you know, we may be getting a peek at how either one of these guys could govern as president based upon how they're dealing with these unpredictable events. And there isn't that sense of overbearing confidence in the Bush campaign, despite the fact that they're delighted by the way things went. There is a different type of stillness to this. They are much more humble, much more cautious. They think they've won it, and they think that the court breaks today are clearly in their favor. But well, one of the things that they want to do is they don't want to overstate their hand, and they want to appear presidential and have all the emphasis on what they think is Gore's mishandling of it.
Well, there's another reason, I think. There's a no gloating zone, in effect. And very early on, Governor Bush himself, and he hasn't done too many proactive things throughout this whole affair, which I've criticized him for. But very early on, he said no gloating. And I think that no gloating zone is still in effect. And the second thing is, he don't want to tee off the Democrats on the Hill. He don't want to tee them off.
Well, and He's made a few phone calls to a couple of Democrats. He's going to have Dick Cheney up on the Hill talking to the Republicans tomorrow. He's made it clear he'll even consider a Democrat for Secretary of Treasury. So there's a lot of that sort of outreach underway.
Yeah.
And what
because
they
he
really
knows,
want to do is illustrate...
Those guys can kill him. They can kill him. So if he goes in and he's trying to, you know, make political gain because Gore lost, it's not going to do him any good. You know, nobody likes a sore winner. And
he wants to show...
Go ahead. I'll give you the last word.
He wants to show that he's very deliberative here too. I mean, part of it is let's let the legal process go forward, not take too many shots at Al Gore for exercising what is his legal rights, recognizing that he's in the comfortable position now of being able to say the system works, because of course today it worked in his direction.
Right. Okay. Thanks a lot, Carl. Appreciate it. Let's go on over to Steve Centanni, who is covering the Supreme Court. And Steve, the Supreme Court's ruling now takes on a little less importance because of the Leon County ruling, which basically says no recount, and here's why. There was no malfunction in the machine, there was no fraud, there's no reason to have it. So what is the view up there now?
Well, this case was barely relevant when the justices decided to hear it. It's becoming less and less relevant as time goes on, now in light of Judge Saul's ruling. You know, I think the justices really found a fairly clean way out of a difficult situation. There was all kinds of dissension when they heard the case last Friday. You heard the transcript. There were justices who said this was not a legal matter for the High Court to decide. There were justices like Rehnquist and Scalia who said they thought there was a clear violation of the Constitution. There was Ruth Bader earlier Ginsburg saying that she thought we ought to give the benefit of the doubt to every state Supreme Court. There was very little agreement, and yet they come down with a unanimous decision today not to decide the case on its merits, but send it back to Florida.
But it's misleading, though, Steve. You know, they did two things. Number one, they put a lot of pressure on the Florida Supreme Court because they basically said, hey, look, you made this decision, you don't have any law to back it up. Because we can't find that law. Now, if we can't find it, and you got to figure they had their clerks running all over the world, especially Ginsburg. I mean, she must have had 50,000 clerks trying to find anything to prop up their position. They couldn't find anything. So they, instead of embarrassing the Florida Supreme Court by saying, hey, look, you bunch of political hacks, we can't find any law, you're crazy, we're throwing it back at you. It was a warning there. And the warning was, you better come up with some solid law to base this on, or we're going to kick it out. So now that puts a lot of pressure on the Florida Supreme Court, which I think will just slink away into the darkness.
Yeah, absolutely. The pressure is on them. It's now up to them to try to justify how they came down with their ruling, because if they relied on the state constitution rather than what the legislature had told them, they could be in big trouble with this court here.
And I mean, look, we looked at it, you looked at it, every legal expert looked at it. Nobody could find any law that this was based on other than all votes should be counted, which is a mantra, not a law. Steve, thanks very much. We appreciate your point of view, and thanks again for being on The Factor. All right, so where we stand now is it looks like it's going to be President Bush, couple of appeals. He can go to the Florida Supreme Court, and we have a Seminole County local issue in Florida, but I believe Mr. Gore will pack it in very soon. When we come back, Hollywood gave big money to Al Gore this year. We'll find out how they're reacting to this whole thing in a moment.
Power. 24 hours, 7 days. The most powerful name in news brings you the world. Fox News Channel, the power to bring you the people and places, from mega markets to emerging nations, reports that make a difference. Power to cover the events that shape the planet, the global forces changing your life. The power of Fox News Channel. News and information, fair and balanced. The most powerful name in news, Fox News Channel. We report, you decide.
There's nothing new going on in Washington. No new issues, scandals, or controversy, because Washington has always been a hotbed of egos, emotions, and intrigue. The only difference now is that the press and media are all over it, with more cameras and more reporters than ever before. But how can you be sure you're getting the whole story, fair and balanced? Well, watch the political fireworks here and catch the best show around.
Mother Nature takes her toll, raging against the elements. Fox News Channel is there, bringing you the updates. From the eye of the storms to the aftermath of destruction, make Fox News Channel your only source for complete and up-to-the-minute reports.
Fox presents 邪悪な魔力と戦うために選ばれた一人の戦士。フォックスが放つニュータイプのエンターテイメント。キュートでクールなスーパーヒロイン。お待たせ。バフィー、恋する十字架。彼女は高校生。彼女は恋する少女。彼女はヴァンパイアスレイヤー。
I'm Sarah Michelle Gellar. Buffy the Vampire Slayer.
可愛い。セクシーですね。ハリウッド映画界の新星サラ・ミッシェル・ゲラー。ミュージッククリップにも登場。ネット上でもファンが熱狂。世界のメディアが注目。圧倒。すごい。クール。バフィー恋する十字架。ヴァンパイアと戦うことが彼女の使命。
運命だったね。
信じますね。
信じますよ。
運命の人がいたらいいな。見てほしいです。
頭がぶっ飛ぶのが愛。
君とは戦わない。切ない恋の行方は。フォックスが放つニュータイプのエンターテイメント。キュートでクールなスーパーヒロイン。バフィー恋する十字架。毎週木曜夜10時。宿命の対決か運命の恋か。Only on Fox。
In the Back of the Book segment tonight, there is no need for a recount among the showbiz community in Los Angeles. Al Gore carried that segment of America, no question. With us now is actor Andrew Shue, the founder of Club Mom, a national organization designed to help American mothers feel better about themselves. Mr. Shue, of course, became very famous on the program Melrose Place. I want to find out about this mom organization. But what are your friends out in L.A. telling you? You live in New York now, but what are they feeling out there about this?
Well, I've talked to a lot of people. Well, first, I'd say I don't speak for the Hollywood community. I obviously speak for myself. But you know, I think that they want to wait and see, just like everybody else. I mean, I wouldn't say that they're outraged what's going on. I think that they want to get to a just answer. Obviously, many of them are.
It's over now, though. I mean, Bush is in.
Yeah.
But there seems to be a recoiling when somebody says they're conservative or they're Republican. It's a visceral reaction in L.A. Why?
Well, I think that the community in general is about community. I think they like to speak for all people. I mean, the things that they put on the air and the movie screens are really for the community, and I think that there's a sense that everybody should be included, and so that.
So they feel that conservative people or Republican people want to leave out a segment of the population? They feel that?
I don't know. I think that it's hard to get at the bottom of how everybody feels about you know, which political party they really.
But it's so pervasive. We had Bo Derek on almost a year ago, and she's a Republican, and she said, you know, I was warned if I spoke out in Hollywood about that I was a Republican, I would lose jobs. Now, Ms. Derrick went on to say, I don't believe that happened to me, but I was warned not to speak out. That was kind of chilling in my estimation.
Well, I think in the end, when you talk about the First Amendment, you want people's voices to be heard. I think there's something to that. I think that, you know, the people in the entertainment business want the people's voices to be heard, and whether that
How about
has
Bo
to do with
Derrick's
their
voice, though? Shouldn't she be heard if she's a Republican and not pay a price for that?
I don't think that's true.
You don't think they do?
No, I don't think there's that kind of.
There's fear, though, about it. I know that because I've talked to some actors. I get a lot of letters from actors who watch the show, and they say, you know, I think the way you do sometimes, but I'm afraid to say it. Now, let's get to this mother.
Well, I just want to say, obviously, you know, on the way this has all gone down today, and I mean, don't you think that if we could have gotten back out of the woods, that to really look at this from the high level, that if you'd gone into all the states that were contested, if you'd gone to every single county and you'd done a count that had the exact same standards that everybody said, then everybody would have been happy with this result. Instead, we know that the people in America will always be divided on this result.
Right,
we know we're going to change it 4 years from now.
Now, here's how I'd answer that. I said that Al Gore may have won this election, and if it were a perfect count,
if God could come down and say,
right,
this is who
if God could do it, then fine. But human beings, being who we are, biased, this and that, on both sides, I trust the machines. The machines are non-biased. And I think you have to go with that, or you have to hand recount everything, which is impossible. So I say, you have a system in place. You have to go with the system. If you want to change it next time, I'm listening. But you can't change it after the fact. Now, we only have 90 seconds left, and I know people want to hear about this mom organization. I know my mom wants to hear about it, so what is it?
Well, the great thing is that moms have never been brought together in mass before in a national membership organization, and that's what we're doing. Moms, I think, are overworked and underappreciated, and we have about 1.5 million moms who've signed up in less than a year.
Well, what do you want to do for the moms?
We want to build a platform to have their voices be heard on issues that they care about, and we want corporate America to support them financially, literally, where their loyalty is at hand, to give.
So by hiring them?
No,
or?
they would give something back. But Mom spends money with companies all around the country to give them rewards so that they can then go out and help other moms. They can.
But what would be a reward? What would be specific?
There literally be financial rewards. It could be points. It could be coupons. It could be all kinds of rewards that would.
So if you're a mom and you can produce pictures of your children, you get a little discount?
You get a little break for being a mom because moms deserve to be rewarded. But then it leads to community, a network where they get information, they share information. Moms have incredible communities in all over.
With the internet, you can do that.
Oh,
I can hear it. I can hear it across the country right now, Mr. Shue. He's such a nice boy. He's such a nice, not me, you. Yeah. All the moms are with you. Well, look, keep us posted on how this goes. You got 1.5 million mothers signed up right now?
Yep.
And you're going to little mom power out there.
Mom power is coming together.
Can't be a bad thing. Thanks for coming in. I appreciate it.
Thank you for the time.
And next, we will wrap things up, the most ridiculous item of the day and some of your mail.
Come first to Fox News for breaking news, exclusive stories that impact the world, unique, timely interviews that shape our nation. First on the scene with breaking news. Continuous coverage from over 70 bureaus around the globe.
We're the only ones here who still have live pictures out.
Reporters, anchors, and correspondents that are first, fair, balanced. Powerful insight, powerful perspective, powerful news. Come first to Fox News for breaking news.
Hey, kid, come on over here. I want to show you something. I want you to listen to me now, okay? Because you got to get this read or else you're never going to make it. Now, if it goes over too much way this here, it's no good. If it falls over this way too much, it falls all over you. You got to make sure you got balance.
Balance?
All right.
Fox News Channel Daytime. You want to make the right choices. We give you the power to decide for yourself. Fair and balanced. The most powerful name in news. Fox News Channel. We report, you decide.
Fox presents 科学分析クロー危険人物関与目撃証言消去
だが真実はそこにある X ファイル on Fox
さあスカリー行くぞ
2人の FBI 捜査官が挑む世界の裏側の巨大な謎
I think that we've succeeded in doing that first and foremost. It's become a lot of other things, but I think it is a scary show.
X ファイル全米のメジャーなテレビショーを連続受賞
The X-Files has really caught on because I think people around the world have to be scared.
X ファイルその魅力は今も世界中にファンを生み出し続ける
X ファイル
よくできてますよねもっと続けて来週はどんな話なんだろう見ればハマる
テレビ史上
真実が知りたい
かつてない
答えを見つけて
進化し続ける最高傑作真実はそこにある目撃者はあなた X ファイル毎週月曜夜10時 Only on Fox
Time now for the most ridiculous item of the day. Once again, it's Christmas time, and some of you are sending me little gifts in the mail, which I really appreciate. However, the best gift you could give the Factor would be to throw a few bucks to charity. We've listed 3 organizations that really help kids and the poor on our website, so you can check it out. I'll give you the address at the end of the program. Now, the fair thing would be for me to give all of you a present because you've made us so successful. That's not possible, of course, but we will give away some more signed books for the best letter of the day up until Christmas, all right? And finally tonight, the mail, Mike O'Reilly, Melbourne Beach, Florida. O'Reilly, after watching a few moments of your program the other day, I realized that I had made the right choice when I quit watching Fox News many months ago. I find your comments foolish and tainted. I don't believe that's your real last name, Michael. Kathy Lutz, Langhorne, Pennsylvania. Bill, your talking points about Al Gore and George W. not speaking up about the faltering economy were right on. You'd better be careful or you'll wind up being on the air in the middle of the night, as others have been, when they spoke the truth. Well, I'll chance it, Kathy. Sean Elgin, Houston, Texas. O'Reilly, I'm a conservative who voted for Bush, but I'm disgusted that he's hiding out at his ranch and not showing leadership qualities that are needed in this time of economic uncertainty. Beth Mullen, Knoxville, Tennessee. I could hardly believe my ears as Bill O'Reilly harshly criticized Jesse Jackson and Al Sharpton for polarizing the citizens of Florida. The audacity of such criticism is overwhelming in light of the fact that night after night, O'Reilly makes polarizing statements to the entire world. Russ David, Kansas City, Missouri. O'Reilly, watching you and Arthel Neville interact on The Factor is a great demonstration of a true race relationship. Well, Mr. David, I appreciate the kind words, but I don't consider anybody's race when I'm talking with them ever. Louise Jeffords, Carbondale, Illinois. Mr. O'Reilly, couldn't you tone it down a little? You can still have an opinion and not yell at your guests. Well, Ms. Jeffords, it is rare that any yelling goes on here, and that only happens when there is a question of truthfulness. Bonnie and James Printy, Keokuk, Iowa. Bill, all 3 of our daughters talk for days about your genuine and explosive reaction to the California congresswoman who did not represent the Illinois ballot situation accurately. You remain a critical cup of coffee for the sleepwalkers of our nation. Gene Fedler, Savage, Minnesota. Mr. O'Reilly, you were way too shrill with Congressman Lofgren. I would have told you to put a sock in it. Terry Voigt, Gold Valley, Minnesota. Bill, do you write those negative comments you receive for comic relief? No, Mr. Vaught, I get to bloviate for an hour every night, so I let the folks have their turn. That's only fair, and I want to hear all sides, even the ones who don't like me. Kevin Aikman, Houma, Louisiana. O'Reilly, your program is hot, but not as hot as Arthel. Admit it. She's hot. Admit it. Cool down, Kevin. Take a deep breath. And Mary Kreider, Middleborough, Massachusetts. Bill, by far the best segment on The Factor is the one with Arthel Neville. I think she should give you a copy of your own book for Christmas. Then you can say it was the best gift you ever received. Very clever, Mary. A little sarcastic, but clever. We like that. And you win a signed first edition of the O'Reilly Factor book. And if you would like to sound off, the email address is O'Reilly@foxnews.com, O'Reilly@foxnews.com. And the U.S. mail address, The Factor, Fox News Channel, 1211 Avenue of the Americas, New York, New York, 10036. Instructions for getting on the air and possibly winning the signed book. Keep it pithy, right to the point. Creative is good. Bold, daring is good. Provocative is good. Honest is real good. All right, and all together now, name and town on all correspondents if you wish to opine. Then there's the website.
You're one of the most beautiful girls I've ever seen.
Thank you, but I think my mouth is too big.
You know, I've heard that before, but not from James Bond. Get online with The Factor. www.foxnews.com/O'Reilly. Talking points memo, listed daily, most ridiculous. Our charities will be listed there in case you want to do that. And all kinds of other good stuff. Get online with The Factor for the time of your life. That's it for us today. As always, we thank you for watching. I'm Bill O'Reilly. Hope to see you again next time.
Next on Special Report, that Florida judge rejects the Gore election appeal on every count, but the Gore team appeals. Meanwhile, the U.S. Supreme Court sets aside that Florida Supreme Court ruling and sends that case back to that court. More after this election update from New York.
Hello, everyone. I'm Carol Iavana. Nearly a month after Election Day, a crushing blow for Vice President Al Gore and his hope of moving into the White House. A circuit court judge in Florida, N. Sanders Sauls, says there will not be a recount of contested ballots. He says there is no evidence anything illegal took place. The judge adds Gore's lawyers failed to prove that a hand recount would overturn George W. Bush's lead. And earlier Monday, the U.S. Supreme Court sent the recount case back to Florida's Supreme Court. The High Court wants the Florida court to provide more detail on its decision to extend the recount deadline to November 26th. Meantime, Florida lawmakers are still considering a special session to name their own presidential electors. The state's House and Senate are dominated by the GOP. As for the candidates, Bush is in Austin and moving ahead with his transition. Bush says he won the election, but the Texas governor did not actually ask Gore to quit, saying that's a decision for Gore to make. There is no sign the vice president is considering such a decision. Gore's lawyers have already appealed Judge Saul's ruling to the state's Supreme Court. Special report with Brit Hume. We'll have the full details and several reports in just a moment. Our next update is at the bottom of the hour. Stay with Fox News for all the news on the decision in Florida.
Welcome to Washington. I'm Brit Hume. Florida trial judge N. Sanders Sauls has rejected the Gore contest of Florida's election results and Mr. Gore's call for further recounts in every particular. This on a day when the U.S. Supreme Court set aside the original Florida Supreme Court ruling that extended the deadline for certification of a winner in Florida, and the Supreme Court sent the matter back to the Florida High Court. We have a series of reports on the decisions and the reaction to them, beginning with Fox News senior White House correspondent Jim Angle reporting from Tallahassee. Jim?
Hello, Brett. Will the Tallahassee court dealing with the key legal and factual matters that could determine the outcome of the election dealt the Gore campaign what could be a fatal blow unless it is reversed by a higher court. Judge Sanders Sauls also gave the Bush campaign its clearest and most important victory in what has become a long legal battle for the presidency.
There is no credible statistical evidence and no other competent substantial evidence to establish by preponderance a reasonable probability that the results of the statewide election in the state of Florida would be different from the result which has been certified by the State Elections Canvassing Commission.
The judge denied every single claim by the Gore team. They had asked that the results of partial recounts in Palm Beach and Miami-Dade counties be included in their vote totals. The judge rejected that.
There's no authority under Florida law for certification of an incomplete manual recount.
And Gore had asked the judge to recount disputed ballots in Palm Beach County and Miami-Dade. He also denied that request.
The local boards have been given broad discretion, which no court may overrule, absent a clear abuse of discretion.
The Gore campaign wanted the judge to rule that the standards used for recounting votes in Palm Beach County were too strict. Again, he rejected the Gore request.
The standard utilized was in full compliance with the law, and review under another standard would not be authorized.
That, he said, would create a two-tier system that would treat some voters differently from others. The Gore lawyers tried to put a good face on a devastating defeat and immediately appealed to the state Supreme Court.
In an election contest, you can't resolve that contest without actually looking at the ballots.
Now, Republican lawyers summed up the action, Brit, saying that Gore's contest has now been rejected, the vote recounting is over, and that Governor Bush has won Florida. There was a smiling group of Republican lawyers who came out to brief reporters just after this decision. Ben Ginsberg is among them.
I think the appeal is anticipated, and we would hope that the interests of the country at large would be paramount in everyone's mind at this point.
Now, Gore has one slim chance left, Brit, and that is to get a favorable decision from a higher court. But even if that were to happen, and even if it were to happen fairly soon, there is very little time left for the recounting. So it is now getting to be very, very tough to do what the Gore team wanted to do. One would have to say a fairly bleak outlook tonight. Brit?
Jim, the Bush lawyers were saying afterwards, Barry Richard among them, that this case was decided on the facts. David Boies for Mr. Gore was saying, no, there are legal interpretations here and they were wrong. Well, what's that all about?
Well, that is important because the appeals court are not finders of fact. The first trial court is the finder of fact. That is why appeals courts often refuse to get involved until this has come through a lower court, because that is where the facts are determined. He determined a great many facts in this trial, and factual cases are the most difficult to appeal. Very, very hard to turn around in an appellate court. Questions of law are much easier to turn around at the appeals level, so the Republicans think they have a pretty strong case here.
All right, Jim. Of course, I guess it's up to the appellate court whether it thinks it's based on facts or not. All right, thank you, Jim, very much. The U.S. Supreme Court has found that the Florida Supreme Court may have relied too much on its state constitution in its recent ruling on the Florida election case, but it said it was not clear from the Florida court's opinion exactly what the court had done. So it sent the case back for further review, but in doing so, it set aside the order the court had entered, which extended the certification deadline in Florida and thereby allowed more time for recounts. Fox News' Steve Centanni has the story.
Just 3 days after hearing oral arguments, the court issued a brief opinion that raised more questions than it answered. In the opinion, the justices say specifically we are unclear as to the extent to which the Florida Supreme Court saw the Florida Constitution as circumscribing the legislature's authority under Article 2, Section 1 of the U.S. Constitution. If the Florida court relied on the right to vote clause in the state constitution, that could be illegal because the U.S. Constitution says the legislature shall decide issues involving presidential electors. During arguments on Friday, Justice Antonin Scalia pointed out the Florida court admitted drawing its authority, at least in part, from the state constitution.
I read the Florida court's opinion as quite clearly saying, having determined what the legislative intent was, we find that our state constitution trumps that legislative intent. I don't think there's any other way to read it.
In its opinion, the High Court also asked the Florida court to explain how carefully it considered a federal law that says election disputes should be settled according to laws enacted before Election Day. The Bush camp claims the Florida court violated that law by extending the vote certification deadline. In its opinion, the High Court vacated or set aside Florida's court decision pending clarification.
I would argue to you that from our standpoint at least, it was a win. It was not they vacated the judgment of the Florida Supreme Court.
The Gore camp is also claiming victory.
And from my point of view, that was a considerable victory, because what the Bush campaign had asked for was not a postcard home saying rewrite it. They had asked the U.S. Supreme Court to reverse outright the decision of the Florida court.
But the court could have sent the case back to Florida after affirming instead of vacating the state court ruling.
It's a little bit worse for Gore than it could have been, because the Supreme Court vacated the Florida Supreme Court decision, the extension of the deadline for hand recounts, while it gathered the information from the Florida Supreme Court.
Now, this was an unsigned opinion from the U.S. Supreme Court, and we believe it was unanimous because there were no dissenting opinions attached to the order. It's now up to the Florida Supreme Court to answer the questions asked by the High Court here.
Now, Steve, how will the Florida Supreme Court likely go about that? Will this be a situation where they have to ask for briefs and hold a hearing and essentially rehear the case, or can they get together in a room and re-edit the opinion and send it back up for further review? What happens?
It could go either way. It's very common for them to have an exchange of briefs from either side, then to hold oral arguments, but they could also simply answer the questions and forward them on to the court. Then it's up to this court to decide how far it wants to go with this case. One thing is for sure, of course, the Florida Supreme Court will answer those questions, because whenever you get an order like this from the U.S. Supreme Court and you're a state Supreme Court or an appeals court, you do answer.
All right, thanks very much. We're waiting, among other things, to hear from Karen Hughes, press secretary to Governor Bush. We're also expecting in this half hour to hear as well from Craig Waters, the spokesman for the Florida Supreme Court. At the moment now, though, let's go to Carl Cameron, a report that stems from the fact that the Bush camp, well, here he is. Hello there, Carl. What's going on down there in Austin? What's the reaction here?
They are riding very tall in the saddle in Austin tonight, Brett. George W. Bush actually had a visit with the governor of Colorado earlier today when the U.S. Supreme Court decision had come down. And at that point, he said he was very pleased and comforted that the American people could take some degree of confidence in the idea that the U.S. Supreme Court was going to make sure that this was a fair election. That's seen by many as usage of the governor's own rhetoric. Karen Hughes, the governor's communications director, is planning to brief as we speak. Let's end.
With the Florida court's thoughtful and comprehensive decision this afternoon. I think all of us who are fortunate enough to live in America in this great democracy want to be sure that the votes that will decide the next president of the United States are counted in a fair and accurate way. And so Americans will be comforted to learn that the Florida judge found no credible evidence to suggest that the results from any additional recounts